Hello, good afternoon, or good morning, everyone, or good night. I don't know where you're located, but regardless where you are, welcome to the first Data Science Summer School organized by Hertie Data Science Lab and Data and Methodology Center at the Scripps Cluster of Excellence. I would like to thank our funders, the Scripps and the Stifterverband, for their generous support. And I'm extremely happy to see you all here, both on Zoom and on YouTube stream in the parallel session. And I would like to note a couple organizational and technical details. If you're in the Zoom meeting, you're all muted and your cameras are off upon entrance. Please do not unmute yourself or turn your camera on unless you have a question. We really ask you to put questions in the chat. That way it's going to be easier to handle the questions for the support team and for the instructor. But if you really want to speak up, you can raise your hand, and then whenever there's going to be a good time, we will let you unmute yourself if you want, turn the camera on and ask a question out loud. If you're in the parallel in the parallel YouTube stream session, you can leave your comments and questions in the live chat, and we will try to address them right away, either handling it ourselves or directing the questions to the instructor. And I want to remind all of you that the Zoom session is being recorded. And thank you all for following these instructions in advance. And we're jumping into our last week of the summer school, which opens with this 11th workshop. It is a workshop about network and social network analysis. And let me introduce you Dr. Martin Karsai. He's an associate professor in the Department of Network and Data Science at the Central European University, member of the IXXI Complex System Institute, and fellow of the ISI Foundation in Torino. His research interest falls within human dynamics, computational social science, and data science, especially focusing on heterogeneous temporal dynamics, spatial and temporal networks, socioeconomic systems, and social contagion phenomena. His main expertise are in analyzing large human interaction data sets and in the development of data-driven models of various social phenomena. Martin, the floor is yours, and you could share your screen now, and thanks everyone.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizers to invite me for this data science summer school. This is a great pleasure. To give a talk over here, unfortunately online would be more fun, let's say, to be all together in Berlin, but let's try to make the best out of this format as well. I'm going to share my screen and see whether you can see my slides. I assume you can see my slides. Fantastic.
Yes, you can see it very clearly. Thank you.
All right. So this is a lecture of 4 hours, during which I'm going to talk about 3 parts on network science and network analysis. As Olga said, in case you have any question, please put it on the chat. I would like to turn this into more like an interactive session as much as possible. It's a very weird experience, what actually was my life over the last 1.5 years, to speak to a screen without any feedback, visual feedback, or question feedback. So please ask questions during the course. If you have the question posted on the chat, I will try to actually identify that there is a question. If not, my helpers are going to actually indicate that there is a question. So as Olga said, a few words about me. I have not much to add to this. Maybe I can say a few words about my research and the scientific trajectory. I am by training a computational physicist with a PhD from France and Hungary. Since the very beginning, I'm working on dynamical processes on networks, and later on a data science part, or computational social science, let's call it like this. In the beginning, I was working on large mobile data sets. Then while I was a postdoc in Finland, I was also a scientific advisor for Skype for a couple of years to model social contagion phenomena of adoption of different products for them, which after I moved to the US, to Boston, to work in one of the most and largest computational epidemiology team at Northeastern University, led by Alessandro Vespinani. And in 2013, I got my assistant professorship in France at the École Supérieure de Lyon. And actually, I joined from there, CEU as an associate professor, first in Budapest, and now actually I'm located in Vienna. The lecture that we are going to walk through today is going to consist of 3 parts. The first part is about the network concept, metrics and properties. This is the longest part. It may last longer than 2 hours, so maybe I will make some break in the middle. And then the second part is about the conventional network models. And the third part is about one application of network science, a very actual application of network science, how we can use it for modeling epidemic spreading on a global scale. So in the end of this course, what I'm hoping for, that you will be actually able to interpret complex systems like a complex network, especially focusing on social systems. I assume that you will know how to analyze and characterize networks from data. Data can come from many different sources, can come from communication data, can come from interaction data, mobility data, and so on and so forth. You will also have some basic knowledge about the fundamental network models, and you will be aware of state-of-the-art examples of networks, real networks and their application, and much more, I hope, especially if you have any like spin-off questions or interest, don't hesitate to ask questions during the course, or you can actually contact me after the course as well. What you will not learn during the course is it's not an implementation, it's not a programming course, so you will not learn about the implementation of methods of the different algorithms we are going to touch upon. These algorithms are not going to introduce them formally, these will be just concepts. But on the other hand, it's very easy to find some implementation of them, or you can implement them by yourself. I'm not going to actually concentrate on the implementation itself. So we will not develop program codes, neither we are going to develop network visualization, which is a very important part of network science. And also what I would like to underline here is that it is not going to be a social network analysis course in the classical sense. So network science and social network analysis are 2 communities which are actually very strongly bound together. One is formed mostly by social scientists. This is the social network analysis, the SNA community, and the other is formed by, it was initiated by physicists and later on involved actually scientists from any field, from social science to biology or environmental science or engineering, for example. So what I'm going to give you now is a course on complex networks. So it's on the network science side, but I'm going to do such that the whole concept is introduced to explain social phenomena. So I hope that you will have a benefit of this when you will combine this type of concepts when you are applying it on social systems. All right, that's all about what we are going to do and what we are not going to do. In order to develop yourself further after the course, I would like to indicate the basic literature related to the field of network science or complex networks. The Bible, the main book, the most important one, is written by Mark Newman. The second edition of the book, called Networks, has been published recently. So if you would like to turn to the basic definition and to the fundamental description of complex networks, I suggest you to look at this book. Also, if you are interested in not only in structure, but also on dynamical processes evolving on the top of structure, like, for example, epidemic processes or opinion dynamics, you can look at the book of dynamical processes on complex networks by Barat, Barthelemy, and Vespinany, which give you a pretty nice summary of the different approach to model and understand dynamical processes on structures, network structures. I think one of the best accessible book is written by Albert László Borobashi. The title is Network Science, which is introducing this field in a way that without a deep mathematical background, you can actually get informed about the basic concepts. So if you have not much background in graph theory, for example, or discrete mathematics, I would suggest that you start with the book of László Borobashi. And finally, if you're an economist and you would like to see how actually networks are relevant in markets, for example, there is the book written by Easley and Kleinberg, an economist and a computer scientist, what you can have a look at. Beyond that, there are dozens of different reviews about network science itself, but also about subfields, actually addressing different types of networks, what you can look at on temporal networks, spatial networks, multiplex networks, and so on and so forth. Most of these reviews, if you write their title in Google, it will drop you a link to an openly accessible version on the archive prevent server. So it's very easy to access them. Further, you can read books which are more specific to different disciplines. In case of social network analysis, the conventional book is written by Wasserman and Faust. The title is Social Network Analysis. It's a very useful and very heavy book, so you can also use this if you would like to train yourself further in social network analysis. But there are also many books in biology, in economy, and so on and so forth. In mathematics, how it is related to graph theory, as you see over different books I'm listed over here. You may also know that network science is a relatively young field. It was the first network science paper was written in the end of the 1990s, 1999, 2000. So it is not older than 20-something years old. On the other hand, if you look at the productivity of the field and the recognition of the field, it was growing exponentially. The number of citations to the field was actually boosting from the very beginning. And this led to actually ordering 3 new journals, which are actually calling for papers specifically in this field. One is the Journal of Complex Networks, then there is the Network Science Journal, and the third one is Applied Network Science. You can actually observe the different publishing house. One is Oxford University Press, the other is Cambridge University Press, just that you can have an idea about the competition on this market. All right, and if after the course you would like to tell to your mom, for example, what we learned about today, there are several pop science books, what you can give or you can read during the summer as an easy reading. One is written by one of the pioneers of the field, Duncan Watts, on the 6 degrees of separation. We are going to actually talk about this concept, what it means. I suggest you to read this. My other favorite is written by Albert László Borobashi, the book called Linked, which is giving you a gentle introduction to network science through several real-life examples and indicating how important this field is in general in many disciplines. All right, to move on to our first lecture, let's summarize what we are going to talk about during this first part. First, I would like to make you understand what is complexity and what is a complex system, which after I would like to show how the network approach is successful to describe complex systems in general. Then we will walk through what kind of networks we can actually deal with and how we can characterize these networks in general. So just to start, first about complexity and complex networks. In an interview around 2000, actually Stephen Hawking was asked the following question. Some say that while the 20th century was the century of physics, we are now entering the century of biology. What do you think of this? And his response was that I think the next century will be the century of complexity. Him being one of the greatest thinker of the 21st century, it is a great recognition for our field of complexity science that he said that this is going to be the future for the next century. But indeed, he was true. Just look around now how much complex system science is contributing to the understanding of the current epidemics. So, you know, any kind of modeling, population or network-based modeling of epidemic spreading can be interpreted as a complex system. So it became a very obviously and very usefully applied field, unfortunately, due to the pandemic. But on the other hand, it is contributing in several other fields to help interpret the interpretation of complex systems as they're structured. Then my next question is that, do you think, and now I need your somehow your response, that, for example, a Swiss watch, a complex system? I'm trying to look at the chat. I'm not sure I can. So I assume some of you say yes, I assume some of you say no, okay? Well, it is a question you can figure out from the question that the answer is no. Why? Because a Swiss watch is a deterministic system. It constitutes of several parts which are moving in a deterministic way. And they're actually, if it wouldn't be a deterministic system, you know, it would fail to function as a watch, right? Because it would show you the time in a stochastic way, which is not capturing, let's say, the nature of time. On the other hand, what we can call a Swiss watch is a complicated system because it is fully deterministic, although it is so complicated that, you know, just by looking at first, it is very hard to interpret how it behaves. On the other hand, if you would like to see what's the difference between a complicated and a complex system, we can just open the encyclopedia and check what complex and complexity means. So complex means composed of many interconnected parts, compound, composite, a complex highway system, for example, characterized by a very complicated or involved arrangement of parts units, like a complex machinery, so complicated or intricate as to be hard to understand or deal with a complex problem. So far, complex definition, it's kind of fitting on a Swiss watch definition or on a Swiss watch, although in my understanding, this is complexity is not a complicated system. On the other hand, if you look at the definition of complexity, it says complexity, a scientific theory, which asserts to some system display behavioral phenomena that are completely inexplicable by any conventional analysis of the system's constituent parts. These phenomena, and this is very important, commonly referred to as emergent behavior, seem to occur in many complex systems involving living organisms, such as a stock market or the human brain. So what we can say about complexity and complex systems, that somehow there is a self-emergent behavior in the system, what you cannot actually explain by the single, by the observation of the single entities. So a common character of complex systems that they are self-organized. Okay? Like, for example, I show you here a flock of birds who are flying on the sky, forming different patterns. These patterns are emerging completely due to the self-organization of the group. It is evolving as a function of time, and it is adaptive to the environment. So, for example, if a hawk would come in, this cloud of birds would actually change the shape, trying to avoid the predator. What is also very important that there is no central organizing mind, so there is no one telling to every single bird how to fly and where to fly and who to follow. And this is a difficulty, there is no conventional way of description of this kind of systems. We can actually approach them to describe in 4 different ways. We can try to describe them through a statistical description. So we assume that the system is a random system, and instead of describing it with one observation, we take a bunch of observations and we compute statistical averages about the system's behavior. This is one way of approaching to complex systems. Now there is an analytical approach, which is very much preferred by, for example, physicists, who try to write down a couple of differential equation systems about the interactions, actions and interactions of different entities. they're trying to solve this coupled differential equation system, usually unsuccessfully. So then they are applying further and further simplification, and yet they don't find a closed solution, but they can solve via numerical solutions or via numerical simulations. And then in the end, they can actually identify those dependencies of the system, which through it may go through some phase transition and can describe it with the classical methods coming from critical phenomena and statistical physics. The third approach, which is preferred by computer scientists, to try to detect patterns and structures of information to describe the complex system, and that type of description is trying to characterize the system as a whole, not as its building blocks, applying multivariate methods. And finally, one can apply simulations, computer simulations, or also called like agent-based modeling, for example, to describe this type of systems, where the basic idea is that you have entities, you are identifying some rules, how these entities should behave, and then you actually like control the behavior of the entities by these rules. You simulate that behavior, and you see whether the emerging behavior of the whole system from the individual rules is fitting your empirical observations or not. Or beyond these four different types of approach, we can apply a new kind of description of complex systems, and here comes in the complex networks approach to the picture. So complex networks are nothing else but a kind of mapping complexity or complex systems. Each complex system can be interpreted as a complex network which identifies the interactions between the interconnected components. So what network approach is doing actually is combining elements of our previous approach, because you can use agent-based modeling or generative modeling or statistical description of the complex structure of the complex system. On the other hand, it has a huge step forward by disregarding unnecessary details of the system and only concentrating on the level of description which describes the structure of the complex system. Then, as I said, it can use several different types of description of the structure. So what the network approach is doing, first of all, making an observation. So this can come from an experiment. This, in case of social science, this can come from a controlled social setting. This can come from a large behavioral data set. I don't know, from Facebook or from mobility data set, whatever is describing your given complex system. And then what you would like to do to understand this complex system, you try to model this by, first of all, choosing the right level of coarse graining. What does it mean? So imagine that you have an observation about the social interactions of people in a given country. Then you can identify one level of description by assuming the entity you would like to observe is the individual itself. So you have a network definition by saying that I would like to describe the system by taking individuals as nodes and the interactions between them, like for example, mobile phone calls, as links. This is one way of coarse graining. This is a very fine grain level. On the other hand, you can also think about a more coarse-grained description and say that my nodes are not individuals, but my nodes are cities, for example. And say that the nodes are cities and the links between cities are the number of connections, mobile phone calls between people living in different cities. So this will be actually another network representation of the same social system or the same country, but on a different coarse-graining level. So the first thing you have to do is to identify at which level, at which resolution you would like to describe your complex system. Which entities are going to be the nodes, and what is going to be the definition of the interaction, which is represented by the links. Then you can strip the problem in the simplest form. Once you have this identification, what is a node and what is a link, you can actually interpret the whole system as a graph. And then you can run your statistical analysis on this graph structure. And after you are done that, you can actually see whether this graph or any processes on this graph is useful to reproduce some observed behavior of your original complex social systems. Can it explain the observations or not? All right. If it is not, then of course you can go back to 1 and 2 and repeat it over and over again. All right, so now I assume that you understand that complex networks are nothing else but providing a description about the structure of complex systems, like the backbone of complex systems, by identifying the entities in a complex system, like in case of a social system, individuals, and interactions between them, like for example, social interactions or proximity interactions, representing them as links between the entities. All right, do you have any question at this point?
Yes, there's a questions from the chat. Could you give some more examples of complex systems? Is weather a complex system from these characterizations? But we can also somewhat determine the movement of weather, like the movement of storms, for example. Is that correct?
Yes. This is a very, very good question, because now we are moving between discrete and continuous systems. Other examples of complex systems you can think, and I will get to the weather system as well. Like, so we talked about social systems where individuals and social interactions are defining the network. We can, in case of social system, we can talk about opinion formation, we can talk about mobility of people, which is again another type of complex systems. We can talk about the complex economic system, what actually people set up. We can talk about the ecological system, what is around us. In ecological networks, for example, we see which animal is depending, or which species are depending on which species, or which animal is eating which animal, is again a complex system, can be actually described as a network. If we move to biology, for example, there are protein-protein interactions. I will see several other examples of complex systems and how they can represent it as a complex network. The weather systems are also, of course, complex systems. They are different in a way that this is a continuous system, right? So it is the weather is not changing in a discrete fashion from as a function of space and time, but you can still represent it as a network by identifying nodes as locations with certain characters or certain conditions at a given time, and the connections between them is, for example, the correlation of these different characters, for example, temperature, humidity. But yes, in case of weather systems, actually one of the most convenient or successful description is coming not from networks, but through the system description I discussed before. I don't know how. For some reason I cannot, yeah, I can. So the analytical approach is providing the conventional description of weather systems, where you write large coupled differential equation systems, which actually encounter all the dependency on pressure, temperature, humidity, and so on and so forth of the weather at a given place, and trying to solve this large differential equation system in order to predict the weather. Just a little bit about weather prediction. It started about the same time when people started to try to describe epidemic processes evolving in populations, but because there was way more interest in weather prediction by, for example, the army or transportation, it evolved way faster. So around the 50s, 1950s, we could already make reliable predictions for about 1 or 2 days, and nowadays it is routinely we are making predictions for 2 or 3 weeks in advance. And these predictions are typically based on analytical approach to this.
Thank you. There's another question on would an alliance network be considered a complex system? And how about a firm's supply chain network? Hi, Martin. Can you hear us?
You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
The recording restarted, I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
All right.
There was a second questions on would an alliance network be considered a complex systems? And how about a firm's supply chain network?
They are both can considered as complex systems because they are not controlled. There are some control from the state control, but in an alliance system, firm alliance system, you can identify firms as the nodes and then alliances between them as links. And these alliances are formed in a self-organized way. Of course, they can, for example, take a hierarchical structures by larger companies are in relationship with smaller companies or with each other. But yet, of course, this can be described as a complex system. What was the other type of system which was asked?
Alliance network.
I talked about, and the other?
Supply chain network.
Supply chain network are, well, they are also in a way self-organized. Of course, they are strongly depending on the market or on the products you would like to produce in the very end, but they are not fully deterministic. And if you look at, for example, a structure of a supply chain network, you can see very similar characteristics, as we will talk about later, of any other complex networks, as there are some hubs in the supply chain network, there is a degree of heterogeneity, and so on and so forth. Is there any other question?
Thank you. One final question from private chat. Can you mention perhaps some popular problems in complex network? Is traveling salesman one such problem if we are to consider supply chain a part of the network complexity? Thank you.
Popular problems. Well, the traveling salesman problem is not a complex system problem. It is a graph mathematical problem, let's say it like this, or an algorithmic problem. Other popular problems in complex systems, for example, the collective formation of opinion in a society. That's a typical complex system problem. Or the spread of a given product in a online social system, for example, or the spread of information, or a spread of an epidemic in a human proximity network, as we will see later through an example. Or other questions you can talk about. The emergence of riots and revolutions is another very important problem. Or, for example, if you would like to identify one single, let's say, toy example, the prisoner's dilemma, which is a well-known complex system problem, feeding actually different questions over several decades. Yet not found a complete map on every type of structures. So you can actually separate these problems in two large sets. One is, as I already said, is given a complex system, for example, a complex social system, describing the structure of the social system. And this is already one complex system. And on the other hand, you can actually define a dynamical process on the top, for example, an opinion formation dynamic, a spreading dynamic, a diffusion dynamic, which is depending on the underlying structure. And actually the question there, that how the underlying structure's character is influencing the evolution or the emergence of collective behavior, collective opinion, evolving on the top of the structure. Okay, any other question?
Yes, thank you. One final question is from Shuba. If I have a group comprising of several types and groups, where each of these types have a deterministic behavior, but the overall behavior of the group becomes random, can I still call this behavior a deterministic process?
Well, if there is the deterministic behavior on the individual level is determining the behavior on the individual level. But if there is an emergent global phenomena, which is due to the, let's say, the heterogeneity of the parameters determining the behavior of individuals, then it is still a complex system, right? It is depending, for example, if my behavior is let's say, for example, I would like to choose who I'm going to be friend with, okay? And I have a preference, let's say, a homophilic preference towards people who are similar to me, okay? This is a deterministic or close to deterministic character of myself. But you have a population and everyone has their own preference to be, they have some own characters and they have their own preference to behave with others similar to themselves. Then the outcome is not going to be trivial. The outcome might, depending on the distribution of the characters, might be that everyone is interacting with everyone, or you may have segregated groups of similar people, and so on and so forth. So even if you have deterministic characters on the individual level, there might be some non-trivial collective phenomena emerging on the system level. And this is actually a complex system.
Thank you. That's all the questions so far.
Cool. So we can go on. I assume that you lost my voice when I started to talk about the 7 bridges of Königsberg.
Yes, we don't see the share screen anymore.
I see. This is fantastic. Do you see it now?
Yes, we see it now. Thank you very much.
Okay. So Königsberg is a city of the Russian Federation, what's called nowadays Yekaterinburg, if I'm correct. And there is a river in this city, and there are 2 islands on this river. And there was a very famous mathematician called Leonhard Euler. It's good to know about Euler that he has been the scientist ever published the largest number of papers during his life. I think he has paper over 2,000 publications. And well, Euler was faced with the problem, which was like a common question all around the city during this time, namely that can one walk across the 7 bridges and never cross the same bridge twice? As you see on the picture, these are the 2 islands, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 bridges between the 2 islands and the 2 coasts. And the question is, can we walk through without crossing the same bridge twice? So what Euler did was a very, very powerful idea. He identified the different lengths as nodes and connected 2 nodes if these 2 lengths are connected by a bridge. Okay, and using this representation of this problem, actually, he defined the very, very first graph in history. So this was the birth of graph theory, let's say it like this. And he could answer that actually no one can walk through the 7 bridges such that crossing 1 bridge only once. So this very, very powerful concept was actually sleeping for centuries. As graph theory was not evolving for a couple of hundred of years until, let's say, the beginning of the 20th century. But before we get there, historically, let's define what a graph is, actually. So we can define a graph as a set of 2 sets. We can define it as a set of nodes, okay, which are actually indicated here as dots, and a set of links which define which are those nodes are connected to each other, okay? So these nodes are the vertices or the components you identified in your complex system, and the interactions between these components are represented by the links between these nodes. And actually the identification of these vertices and edges or their interactions define the graph structure describing the complex system. So the vertex or node can be a person, and the interactions can be friendship between people, but the vertex can be a neuron and the edge can be a synapse. Vertex can be a web page, and the edge can be a hyperlink linking web page to another, or a company, and the edge can be an ownership, or you can have a vertex as a gene, and the edge can be regulation. And I can continue this over hundreds of different examples. Okay. You may ask the question, all right, so far we talked about networks, but we are actually defining networks now as graphs. So what is the difference between graphs and networks? So first of all, graphs are a mathematical object, okay? They are mathematically treatable, and in order to be mathematically treatable, usually they are assumed to be dense. What does it mean? It means that the number of links between nodes is actually very, very high as compared to the number of nodes in the system. On the other hand, networks, they are typically coming from river systems, so describing river systems. They are more difficult to treat mathematically. Usually one needs several approximations to do it. And they are sparse, which means that the number of nodes and the number of links between these nodes are actually comparable to each other, okay? During the whole course, I'm going to use the expression of networks and graphs in an interchangeable way. I'm always thinking about networks. It's just I'm trying to vary a little bit the vocabulary of the lecture, okay? All right. So now the question is, we understand what is a network. We can define a network. The question is, what kind of networks we can have all around us. The simplest possible definition is if you assume that our network is so-called undirected, which means that we have this definition I already gave you. It's a set of nodes and a set of links. And we assume that if a node U and V are connected to each other, then the node V and U are also connected to each other. So it means that the direction of the interaction doesn't matter, okay? A typical example like the internet, where the nodes are routers and the links between them are physical wires, and packages can move between the different routers or computers in both directions. We can complexify this very simple, the simplest possible representation by assuming that actually direction matters. So in this case, if there is a link between U and V, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is going to be a link between node V and U, okay? So like in case of citation networks. In citation networks, nodes are publications. Like, for example, I write a paper, and in the end, in the bibliography, I'm citing other papers back in the past, okay? The links in this system are the references, the citations from one paper to another. And this is by definition a directed network because people in the past cannot actually cite my future paper. So there cannot be links which are mutual, where the direction is running in both directions, in both ways between two papers. There are, of course, some examples where papers are coming out about at the same time, and then you can have mutual citations, but let's assume, let's not take them into account. A third kind of complexification could be that, okay, now I assume that there is an interaction between nodes, but so far I assume that this interaction appears with the same strengths between every node. But what if they are actually not appearing with the same strengths? So if you think about a social network, the strengths of a social tie is not the same between every connected people. In my egocentric network, there are some people who are more important to me, and there are some people who are less important to me. So there must be a representation which considers these varying strengths of interactions, and this is what's called the weighted network representation, where in addition to the set of nodes and the set of links, we define a function which tells us that a link between U and V, how strong, okay? It is actually assigning a number to a given link, telling us how strong the interactions between the connectors. Like in social networks, as I just gave you the example. Here you see a visualization of a mobile phone call network by a friend, Jukka-Pekka Onnela, from an undisclosed European country. Nodes are individuals and links between them, and indicates mutual mobile communication interaction. So if I call my brother and my brother calls me, if we do it a large number of times, the link is going to be more red. If you just do it in a few times, it's going to be more blue, okay? All right, further we can make it more complex by assuming that not every node are coming from the same set. So not every node are the same. Not every node, for example, an individual, but we, let's say, distinguish between people by their gender, whether they are male or female. Or in this given example, we are having a network where we differentiate between nodes, whether they are representing a disease or whether they are representing a gene. And the links between them, there is a link between them if there is a gene-disease relationship, whether the given gene is regulating the given disease. Okay, so this is called the bipartite network representation. And there is one important condition of bipartite networks, that one is that we have two node sets, U and V. So these are genes and diseases. These two node sets are not overlapping, okay? So there is no single node which belongs to U and V at the same time. And also, more importantly, there is no link between the nodes of the same kind. So in the network, there is no link between diseases and diseases, or genes and genes, only between genes and diseases. Okay, this is called this special kind of network called bipartite network. Of course, you can make it even more complicated. There's a tripartite and so on and so forth, depending on how many types of nodes you would like to consider in the structure. So far, and this is a very important question, when we thought about a complex system, we never thought about how it is embedded in space. We just thought that, okay, we have a complex system, we identify the entities, we identify the interactions, but we didn't really consider how these entities, for example, are located in an Euclidean space or in a planar space. Actually, spatial network or planar network, which is a special kind of spatial network, provide this representation where you have a node set, you have a link set, and for each node, actually, you indicate a coordinate in a representation system, like in an Euclidean space can be a coordinate X or Y, or in a spatial system, it can be a latitude or longitude coordinate. So it means that the nodes are embedded in space. And why is it important? Because there are several networks which are embedded in space, like mobility networks or transportation networks, where the probability that two nodes are linked in the network is not only determined by, let's say, the node properties, but also by the distance between the different nodes, giving smaller probability to nodes further from each other to be connected. Okay, here on the example, you see street networks. Here, the nodes are actually junctions, and the links are streets or roads between these different junctions. At different scale, this is a highway network, but you can go also to the level of street networks, for example, in case of Oxford or the Nantes Island in France. You can also make it more general. If you would like to differentiate between different types of nodes, that's called the multiplex or multilayer networks, where what you do is that you assume that your network is not described by a single network, your complex system is not described by a single network, but it is described by several networks, and each node can participate in multiple layers, in multiple networks describing the system. Think about a transportation network where nodes are transportation hubs or stops, and the links are representing the different types of transportations like tram, bus, metro, and so on and so forth. So in each of these systems can be described as a network. There is a tram network and the metro network, and the different nodes, the different stops can appear in different layers. And this way it is actually defining a multi-layer network. Multiplex networks is a very special kind of multi-layer network where you assume that every node is represented in every layer in your multi-layer structure. Here on the right-hand side, I show you an example. It's coming from our earlier work. It is a Skype adoption network where you see the nodes colored by whether they are adopters or they are churners of a given product. And you can see that they define the two layers of a social network connected by links. I mean, the nodes are connected in a layer by links who could actually potentially influence each other to make an adoption or a churning behavior. And finally, we actually neglected another important feature yet, that these complex systems and in turn the network representation can change as a function of time. So far we assume that if there is a node or a link in the network, it is there forever. On the other hand, this is not true because, you know, interactions change as a function of time. If you think about mobile phone communication, like on the figure over here, it's a mobile communication of a town. You know, I call my friend, I'm talking about something with him, and for a long period of time, I'm not going to call him again. So it means that the interaction between us, the links in the network, are not always present, but they are just present for the time of the call. What we did so far, we were actually aggregating these snapshots or time varying networks as a function of time and counted how many times I called my friend or how long I called my friend in total and got an aggregated static structure, and we were dealing with this. On the other hand, in order to understand how the properties of this aggregated static structure emerges, we have to understand the underlying mechanism leading to these properties, the underlying mechanisms which are actually determining how people interact with each other. Okay, and temporal network representation or evolving network representation provides a description or a way of understanding of this phenomenon. So they are defined by a node set and a link set, which is actually varying as a function of time. In a link set, what you say is that which node was interacting with which other node at what time, how long. With this type of representation, you can describe a temporal evolution of a complex system as a temporal network. All right, I can go on to talk about other different types of networks, but I think we evolved through the most important ones. So I would stop here to ask if you have any questions.
Yes, there is one question from YouTube. Ambrosia asks how to conduct network analysis on trade integrations within an economic region. Is there a better model to do so?
Trade integration?
Yes.
Well, I'm not an expert of economic networks, but the I assume what you are talking about trades between companies. So companies could be identified as nodes, and trades between them, depending how you quantify trades, whether the amounts of money which was involved in the trade, or I don't know, the amount of product which was traded, you can actually define a weighted temporal network, even directed network, you can use to describe this type of systems. And then you can see, for example, how heterogeneous the structure itself, and you can identify who are the major player, who are the minor player of a network like this. Later on, when we will talk about the characterization of network structures, you will see what characters you should look at in general in a complex network if you would like to identify special nodes. Is there any other question?
Yes, that's all the questions so far.
All right. So now the question is, what I would like to ask, why we are actually studying networks, and more importantly, why now and not in the last couple of hundreds of years. So the first of all, the why question is because what we realized about 20 years ago, when the first network science papers came out and this representation became, let's say, conventional, that whichever complex system we look at, coming from biology, economy, social systems, or technological systems, for some reason, they share similar characters. They are showing very, very similar behavior, indicating that the underlying mechanism leading these very, very different systems might be similar to each other. So why we are doing this? So why we are dealing actually with networks? Because if we would like to understand complex systems, we have to map out the structure, and we have to understand the network behind them. And it is a very, very strong concept, because if I understand, for example, one way of explanation of emergence of a feature, of a behavior in social systems, I can come with the same type of mechanism and see whether it is applying for an economical system, which is actually featuring very similar behavior. Okay? And the other question I asked, why now we are dealing with it? Well, let's say the the observation or the emergence of network system is accelerating as a function of time. Metabolic networks, which are one of the earliest network complex system what we have studied, emerged about 1 billion years ago. Then with the first societies about 1 million years ago, the first social networks emerged. And then as you are passing by time, the next network what people study are power grid networks, which emerged around 100 years ago. Then the internet or the World Wide Web, which emerged around, I don't know, 30, 35 years ago. Then actually in the last 10 years, this emergence of network system accelerated through the several online social systems what we see to born and die over the last 20 years. As you see, this is actually running till only 2011, which was the year when Google Plus emerged. Google Plus since then already died. But for example, we have some survivors like the Facebook network, or in 2006 there was the Twitter network. 2006 there was the Twitter network, which are still alive. Okay, so why now we are actually studying networks? Because due to these online social systems and the digital data revolution, we have actually the availability or the possibility to observe network system. And as I said, they actually show universal behavior applicable in different fields. And on the other hand, on the operational end, there is an urgent need to understand complex systems in economic impact, in drug design, human disease network, fighting against terrorism, in brain research, and well, most obviously nowadays for epidemic forecast, as we will discuss it later. All right, moving on. Let's try, now that we understand what a network is, what kind of networks we can have, let's try to characterize networks to see what are those properties what we first should have a look at if you would like to understand our complex system described as a complex network. First of all, we have to represent somehow, we have to describe somehow our complex network, let's say for a computer, okay? The simplest possible description is coming from the adjacency matrix representation. It's very simple. Let's assume that we have a network with 10 nodes, 1 to 10, and we are defining a matrix which is 10 times 10, node numbers times node numbers. And this matrix is filled with zeros and ones. There is a one if there is a link between the corresponding nodes represented by the corresponding rows and columns. So for example, here there is a 1 between 2 and 1. It means that there is a link between nodes 2 and node 1. And we have zeros between those nodes which are actually not featuring a link in the network structure. Okay. Why is it cool? It is cool. It is a good representation because we can very, very rapidly decide about two nodes, whether they are connected or not. We just have to look at the column and the row corresponding to them in the adjacency matrix and see whether there is a value 1 or there is a value 0. Why is it not a very good representation, on the other hand? Well, because it is describing a lot of information, unuseful, because it would be enough to know only which nodes are connected. We don't necessarily have to know which nodes are not connected. So there is a lot of redundancy in this representation. So if you cannot really use it for very large networks to represent, because it is occupying a lot of memory in your computer. Another representation, when we only actually list those pairs of nodes which are connected, it's called edge list representation. So we say that in our network, node 1 and node 2 are connected, node 2 and node 3 are connected, and so on and so forth. So this is memory friendly because we are not keeping in our memory, computer memory, unuseful information. On the other hand, if I would like to decide whether two nodes are connected, it takes me a long time to find in this list whether there is a link between them. Okay, so it is memory friendly, but it is very slow to search. We don't have a direct access to this information. And there is a third representation which plays between these two kinds of representations. It is called the adjacency list representation, where it is actually still a list of interactions, but here you have not a number of links entities in your list, but you have a number of nodes. So let's say this is node 1, node 2, node 3, node 4, and it is actually listing for each node to which other nodes this node is connected to. So for example, node 1 is connected to node 2, node 2 is connected to node 1, node 3, and node 4, node 3 is connected to node 2 and node 4, and so on and so forth. So it is memory optimized because we are not actually storing redundant information, and it is fast to search because first you want to know whether node 5 and node 6 are connected. You directly jump to node 5 here, and you have to search for node 6 in this very short list only. Okay? Is there any question? Because I heard the microphone on. Okay, I assume no question.
Yes, there was a small questions from private chat. So could you explain a little bit more on why Edge list it's slow for search? Is it because of their search has to traverse through the entire list?
Exactly. Well, there are some algorithms which can do it more faster than linear, okay? Because in the dumbest case, you start from the very beginning and you're trying to find whether node 5 and 6 are in the list, if you are looking whether node 5 and 6 are connected. There are some more advanced methods to identify this, but it's still way slower than directly pointing to a location in a matrix and see whether there is a 1. You can do it in constant time for an adjacency matrix in one single step. For an edge list, you have to come with an algorithm which is sweeping through the whole list, following different strategies to see whether this link is present or not. Yes, so you are right, that's why.
Thank you. Yes.
So these representations can be also easily used to describe directed networks. In case of undirected networks, the adjacency matrix representation is actually providing us a so-called symmetric matrix, which means that if there is a link between 2 and 1, there must be a link between 1 and 2, which means that if I take the diagonal of the matrix, the upper part of the diagonal is actually going to be symmetric to the downer part of the diagonal. That's why in case of undirected networks, sometimes people represent this only the half of the adjacency matrix. In case of directed networks, this is not the case. If I have a link between 1 and 2, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a link between 2 and 1, so I have to actually represent the whole matrix. In case of the adjacency list, we can also use it for directed networks very simply. You just don't list each connected nodes in each other's list. And the same is for the linked list or edge list representation. You just list 1 or 2, keeping in mind it's directed. If there is no link between 2 and 1, it means it is not a mutual link. You can also use these 3 representations to describe weighted networks. For adjacency matrices, actually, you are storing 0 value where there is no link. And where there is a link, you can actually store a non-zero value, which is representing the strength of the interaction. So for example, there is a strength 6 between node 2 and 1, and there is a interactions of strength 3 between node 4 and 3. In case of the adjacency list, you can describe it as tuples. So it is explaining that node 1 is connected to node 2 with the interaction strength of 6. Or as an edge list, it can be a list of triplets, describing that node 1 is interacting with node 2 with a strength of 6. Okay? All right. So now we know how to describe a network. What is the most important feature of a network? It is actually what's called the node degree. The node degree is telling us how many connections a given node have in the network. For example, in this very small toy graph or toy network, you see that this node has degree 2 because it has 2 connections. This node has degree 3 because it has 3 connections, and so on and so forth. In case of an undirected network, this can be measured very easily from the adjacency matrix. What you do simply is that you take a given row and you count how many times you observe one in that given row. It will tell you how many links that given node has in the network. Like in case of node 2, it is, this example is not corresponding to this graph, by the way, is going to be 3. In case of node 8, is going to be only 1 because I found only one non-zero value or one value in my adjacency matrix. Okay, if I actually sum all the degrees in a network and I divide it by 2, I will obtain the number of links in the network. Why do I have to divide it by 2? Because when I count the degree of a node, it is actually counted twice the same link on the two ends of the same link in the network. So if I count that this is degree 1 plus degree 1, if I would like to count the number of links, I have to divide it by 2 because this link has been counted twice on both sides. Okay? And once we are familiar with the concept of degree, we can actually compute one of the most important characteristics, which is the degree distribution. The degree distribution is telling you what is the probability that a randomly selected node in the network will have k number of interactions. Okay? How you do this? It's very simple. You are actually counting how many nodes I observe in the network which have degree 1, how many I observe with degree 2, how many I observe with degree 3. Okay, so this is corresponding to this example here. I have 3 nodes with degree 1, 1 node with degree 2 nodes. It's not really corresponding. 2 nodes, and so on and so on. So once you counted how many nodes you have with a given degree, you simply divide all these numbers with the total number of nodes, and you will get the probability. If I select a node randomly, what is the probability that it will have degree 1, degree 2, or degree 3? Another way of representing this distribution is by the cumulative distribution, which is telling you what fraction of nodes will have a degree smaller than a given value in your graph. Okay, it is actually a summation of the probability density function, or the PDF, or the degree distribution of a given network. We also have a normalization condition. If I sum the probabilities in the degree distribution, it has to be 1. Or equivalently, if I take the infinite limit of the cumulative distribution, it has to go 2. Okay? One step further, and I think this is the most complicated mathematical formula I'm going to use during the whole lecture. I can compute the moments of this distribution. The first moment of the distribution is the average of the distribution. And I can compute by summing the given degree to the power of m times the probability that the node with this given degree appears. Okay? It is the same formula to compute the average, where the m is the first one, so m is equal to 1. It is going to be sum k times pk, or I can rewrite this as 1 over n sum over every node ki. So it is, here you are summing the degree of every node, and you divide it by the number of nodes, which is giving you what is the degree or the number of connections on average of a node in the network. Okay? Very well. What I'm showing here, it is just a variation on these ideas. So we already talked about undirected networks, how to compute the degree. You can just count the number of ones in a given row for a given node, and you can compute the mean degree. If it's a directed network, you can have 2 types of degrees. There are degrees which are the number of connections which is pointing from you towards someone else. That's what we call the out degree. And we have the in degree, which is the number of connections which is pointing from someone else to you. That's called the in degree. Okay? So for example, the in degree of this node is 0, the in degree of this node is 1. From the adjacency matrix, from the row, summing the rows will give you the in degrees, summing the columns are going to give you the out degrees of the different nodes. All right. And of course, you can consider weights. by not only summing zeros and ones in a given row, but summing the strengths of the interactions in a given row. It's called the weighted degree, or also called the node strengths. It is going to tell you that what is the total strength of interactions a node actually maintaining in your graph. For example, if you think about communication networks, it is the total number of calls or the total duration of calls you have ever made towards anyone else in the network. This is your weighted degree or your node strength. Okay, so this is one of the most important characteristics of networks, the node degree and this distribution. Another very important character is called node clustering coefficient. But before we go there, do you have any question about degrees?
Yes, there are two questions. Oh, actually three, or even more. Sorry. So first one is, what exactly do we do with this information about node degrees and degree distribution?
What do we do with it? We will talk about it a lot later. So let me to answer this question in a couple of slides. Yes?
Okay. Okay, then the next question. Could you please give an interpretation of the AIJ coefficient with an example?
What is the AIJ coefficient? That's AIJ is not a coefficient. AIJ is the adjacency matrix itself. AIJ is actually telling you that A is a matrix, and I and J are the indexes or indices of the nodes in the rows and columns. And the AIJ is the matrix itself, okay? It is telling you whether node I or J is connected to each other or not. So AIJ is a matrix, it's not a coefficient.
Okay, the next question, for a weighted network, you can only represent it in an adjacency matrix, right?
No, you can represent the weighted networks in many different ways. I talked about three representations of networks. And all the three representations can be used to describe weighted networks. Adjacency matrix can be used. This is one. As I said, you can have non-zero values describing the strengths of interactions between nodes, but you can use adjacency list representation, where you are not only storing that which node is connected to which node, but you store a tuple or two numbers saying which node is connected to which node and with what strengths. And in case of the edge list representation, the same information can be described for each link. You store as well the strengths of interaction, not only the pair of nodes which are connected to each other.
Perfect. And the last question, are there any assumptions for these types of summary statistics? I think it was about like the later slide that you had.
So I don't want to spoil the rest of the first part, but one of the main characteristics, common characteristics of complex networks coming from many different disciplines is the similar shape of the degree distribution. Okay, and this is one recognition or assumption one can take about complex systems. Okay, so I will answer. I hope I will answer this question later.
Perfect. Thanks. No more questions for now.
Thanks. So let's move on. We are not very good with time, I have to say, so I have to filter or fasten up. So the second very important character is called the clustering coefficient. It is telling you how densely connected the egocentric network of a node. The egocentric network means that if I have a node, like node U, I take its first neighbors, which are directly connected to node U. These are the first neighbors. This is the part of the egocentric network. And then I take every connections between the first neighbors of U. If every friend of U knows everyone else in U's egocentric network, this clustering coefficient is going to be 1. If no one knows each other in the network of U, so it is a star only, this clustering coefficient is going to be 0. So we would like to capture this local clustering or local dense substructures in the network. So we can do it in two ways. If I would like to have a system level characteristics, I can actually count the number of triangles in the system, okay? Because if I have two friends and these two friends know each other, they actually form a triangle in the system, okay? If the number of triangles is as many as it could be, so it's maximal, then actually the clustering coefficient is 1. So how we can compute? We can compute the number of triangles times 3, because a triangle contributes to the 3 nodes separately as a possible triangle. And then I divide it by number of connected triplets. A triplet is actually an open triangle. So it is, in this case, for example, these 3 nodes are forming a triplet because these 2 nodes are not connected. So the 3 times the number of triangles divided by the number of connected triplets is giving us what fraction of possible triangles are actually closed in our system. Okay? There is another definition, what's called the local clustering coefficient. It is, I think, a little easier to understand from a social science point of view. It is more used in social network analysis, where you are actually computing this clustering coefficient on the individual level, and you count that how many number of links are there between my neighbors divided by the possible number of links between my neighbors. Okay, it is going to give you a single number for every single node separately. It is defined by 2 times the number of links divided by the degree of the central node times degree minus 1. Why is it like this? Because if I have a network of size k, the possible maximum number of links between k nodes is going to be k times k minus 1 over 2. So we are actually dividing here EU, which is the number of links between friends, divided by the possible number of links between friends. But we can take the reciprocal, so the 2 goes to the numerator. Okay? So this gives us the local clustering coefficient, telling us how much my egocentric network, or the egocentric network of U, is connected. If everyone knows everyone, CU is going to be 1. If no neighbors of U knows each other, CU is going to be 0. And then we can compute a system level description by averaging it over every node in the network and compute the average local clustering coefficient. Okay? We can play the same game for links as well. And we can compute the link clustering coefficient, what is also called the overlap. It is not anymore a node property, so it is not telling you how clustered the node's egocentric network, but it is telling you what fraction of 2 connected nodes, what fraction of the friends of 2 connected nodes are overlapping with each other. Okay? For example, if I have this node I and J, they are connected with a link. I know that the degree of J is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the degree of I is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I see that they have 3 neighbors in common. It will be able to tell me what is the overlap or clustering coefficient, the link clustering coefficient, is going to characterize that not all of their neighbors or not none of their neighbors are common. Okay, it is going to be proportional to the number of common neighbors. It is defined by the number of common neighbors divided by the degree of I minus 1, the degree of, if there is a typo, J minus 1 minus Nij. Why is minus Nij? So I and J can have Ki plus Kj minus 1 friends common. Why minus 1? Because they are already connected to each other. And why Nij? Because I'm counting twice in both degree the possible number, the actual number of common friends. So this number, OIJ, the overlap of a link, it is equivalent to the clustering coefficient of a node, but the local clustering coefficient of a node, but now computed for different links, can go between 0 and 1. 0 if the 2 connected nodes have no common friends. It is 1 if all the friends of the connected nodes I and J are common. Why is it super useful? For example, if you would like to identify those links along which like information is flowing in a network structure, like in a social network, for example, links between communities, these links are going to appear with a low overlap value because they are going to be between communities, which means that the connected nodes will have not so many or not at all common neighbors with each other. So in this way, by computing the overlap of different links, you can identify what's called the weak links of a network. If you remove these weak links from a network, the network is going to fall apart. Okay? All right. So the second very important character of networks are actually the node clustering coefficient, what we discussed in the previous slide. Do you have any question about clustering coefficients? Okay.
No questions for now.
Good. Then we move on. The third important character is called the path length. Path length is defined as a sequence of nodes. So imagine that you are a person, you are an agent, and you as an agent can walk from one node to another in the network if these two nodes are actually connected to each other. So you start from E, you can go to D, from D to you can go to A, from A you can go to B or C, you choose C, then you choose B, you choose C, B, E, and so on and so forth. You can continue this forever, okay? This sequence of nodes, or actually sequence of links along which you are making steps, is defining a path on the network. In this path, the same node can appear as many times as you want. Okay, it is not necessarily one node appearing on only one time. And in case you have a directed graph, of course, you have to respect the direction of a link in order to make a jump from one connected node to another. If you compute this these passes between different nodes, and you take the shortest passes, what you can take between different nodes. For example, here you can define a path between 1 and 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you can also define a path between 1 and 5, like 1, 2, 5. The shortest path between 1 and 5 is going to be the second one, because you need only 2 jumps in order to arrive to 5. And so this shortest path is characterizing the network, as we will see later how, but it is a very important character. You can actually compute the shortest path between every pairs of nodes in the network, and you can compute every shortest path, and it will tell you how far on average the different nodes are from each other in your network structure. You can define similarly in directed networks, where, as I said, you have to respect the direction of the different links. If I would refer back to my adjacency matrix representation, we could actually devise an algorithm, a very costly algorithm, to compute every path in the network with a given length. What we do is that let's take our adjacency matrix Aij, and it is actually coding every path with length 1, because it is telling us which node is connected to which other node in the network. If I would like to compute every path of length 2, so for example, I would like to identify whether there is a path between me and my sister through my brother, I simply have to take actually the multiplication of the adjacency matrix by itself. So we have to take the square of the adjacency matrix, and there will be 1 values in the square of the adjacency matrix between those nodes who are in distance 2 from each other. And we can actually continue this. And if I would like to compute identify those nodes which are in a distance n from each other, I just have to take the nth power of the adjacency matrix, and where it will have non-zero elements, will tell us that those nodes are actually in distance n from each other in the network. Okay, it's a very expensive method, because matrix multiplication is always a very expensive thing, especially if your matrix is very large. Based on paths, we can further introduce some other measures like the diameter, which is giving you the maximum distance between any pairs of nodes, or the average path length, which is going to characterize on the system level your network, on average how far the different nodes are from each other. For the directed networks, you can compute, and also for a non-directed network, you can compute the same quantity. And of course, you can consider weights by not only counting how many steps you need to go between A and B, but you can actually sum the weights along the path you are going to take between A and B. And as you see in this example, if you define path lengths not by the number of hops, by the sum of the weights of the links you are walking through, it can give you non-trivial paths between nodes. For example, the shortest path in the undirected graph between A and B would be this way, right? From A going to this node up and then go to B. And this would be distance 2. But if I consider link weights, actually this path would give me distance 4 because I have to sum the weights 3 plus 1. On the other hand, even it is longer in terms of graph distance, the weighted distance between A and B will be shorter if I go first to this node with weight 1, to this node again with weight 1, and then go to B with weight 1. So it means that the weighted distance following this path would be actually 3, while following this path would be 4. So the shortest weighted distance is not the shortest graph distance in this example. Okay, so all in all, we would like to actually follow 3 very important characters of networks in the future to characterize them. One is the degree distribution, the other is the clustering coefficient, and the third one is the average path length. Okay, do you have any other question, about these characters?
Nothing for now.
Good. I was planning to talk about advanced global network characteristics and next, and then we will, I'm going to do it. We will actually maybe skip a few which are maybe not as important, just to save some time. So if you would like to go beyond this node level characteristics like degree, clustering, or the system level of path lengths, you can think about another very easy to compute network characteristics, which is called the network density. The network density is simply the ratio of the number of existing edges in the network, so number of links, divided by the possible number of links in the network. We already talked that if I have a graph or a network with size n, the possible number of links I can connect this n number of nodes is n times n minus 1 over 2. Okay, so the denominator in my density is going to be n times n minus 1 over 2. Taking the reciprocal, the density will be defined as 2 times the number of actual links divided by n times n minus 1. If this density is 1, it means that my network is fully connected. So there is every possible link in the network. If this density is 0, it means my network is empty. There are no links in the network. Okay, and this density can be characterized, can be used to characterize networks. Like, for example, we already mentioned real networks are usually sparse, or networks which are studied in graph theory are usually dense, with the density relatively large. Another very important character, or high order character, so to speak, of networks are the connectivity and connected components. So far, we didn't touch upon the question that if I have a set of nodes and they are connected by links, is there a path from every node to reach any other node in the network? If there is a path such, actually we say that the network is connected, but it is not necessarily the case. It's possible that I have a network, there are links between the nodes, but actually these links define paths set of nodes which are reachable from each other, but which cannot reach actually other nodes in the system. This is called the connected components, okay? If they are all connected together, we can say that the network is consists of a single connected component, but as I said, it's not necessarily the case. We can also define, if you would like to define the distance between nodes which are not in the same component, you can say that this distance is infinite. And you can also identify those nodes, those links, which connect these components, okay? If I would have a link over here, I would call it as a bridge, because if I would remove this single link, this network would fall apart to two disconnected components. Also, keeping in mind an adjacency matrix, you can actually order an adjacency matrix as such that if there are disconnected components of the network, they will appear as diagonal elements, blocks around the diagonal in the matrix, which are not overlapping, indicating that there are no connections between this set of nodes and this set of nodes. If we turn to connected directed networks, the problem becomes a little more complicated, because here you can distinguish between different types of connectivity. You can have a type of connectivity between nodes who mutually reach each other. So every node can have a valid path in the network to reach any other node in what's called strongly connected component. You can define a weakly connected component where you don't care about the direction, and you can include every node which can reach each other along the path which is not respecting the direction of the different links. You can define the in-component of a directed network, so that those are nodes which can reach via a valid path considering directions, nodes in the strong component. And the out component are those nodes which can be reached via a path from the strongly connected component, respecting the directions of those. Okay? This is a little more complicated, as you see in case of directed networks, and of course, directed networks can have also separate disconnected components, like in case of undirected networks. All right. Next question is, now we talked about network density, talked about connectivity. Next, we can think, how can we actually identify if there is a hierarchical structure in the network? Why there would be a hierarchical structure in the network? Think about a socioeconomic network, for example, where there are individuals. Individuals are indicated with their income, let's say. So there are very rich people, a few of them, and most of the people are actually very poor. According, let's say, the distribution of income is following the Pareto's law. And the network structure between these people, the social network, who knows who, is of course not random, right? So it's possible that those guys, those people who are very, very rich, will know each other with a higher chance than they would know someone from the very, very poor population. Okay, that's called the rich club effect. Okay, which means that there will be a hierarchy in the network by having people knowing each other mostly from their own socioeconomic class, and having a very, very strongly connected subgraph among the very, very few people who are very rich in your socioeconomic network. So this type of hierarchy can be identified with the method what's called Keiko decomposition. It is actually easy to understand if I explain how to compute. What you do is that you have a network, you remove, it is an iterative process. In the first iteration, you remove every node from the network who has degree 1. Okay, so you will remove this guy, this guy, this guy, and so on, and so on and so forth. But then you remove also those guys, those individuals or those nodes who will become degree 1 by removing other degree 1 nodes. So once you remove this node will have degree 1. So in the same iteration, you remove also this node. And you repeat this until you will have no degree 1 node in the network. So what you removed is what's called the 1 layer. What is remaining is what's called the 2 core. The 2 core is actually will contain only nodes which have degree at least 2. Okay? And then you repeat the same procedure. You remove every node which have degree 2 until you have nodes only degree 3 in the network. Then you will obtain degree 3, core 3, and you remove layer 2, shell 2 from the network. In the end, in the very last step, where you will have the largest degree component in the network, it's what's called your K core, or highest core of your network. This is your rich club, so to speak, in your network structure, where these nodes on the top of the hierarchy, with a very, very large number of connections, know each other and form a highly connected core in the network structure. Okay? This is not an easy concept to understand, so please tell me if you have any question.
No questions for now.
Okay, maybe later you will have time to type in your question if you have. Okay, and so then we talked about several higher order characteristics or more complicated way of characterization of complex networks. I would like to introduce one another, what is called bitwiness centrality. Similar to degree, it is also indicating certain type of importance of a node or a link in the network. Okay, so it is going to give one number, a centrality measure, centrality number for a node or for a link. I'm going to explain it for nodes, but actually the definition can be extended for links as well. So bitwiness centrality is telling you how many shortest paths is running through a given node as compared to the how many it could be. Okay, so larger number of shortest passes running through a given node, more important it is. In this case, in the plot, I'm showing you the road network of a city. Okay, where the width or the width of the given lines are actually showing the what's so-called the bitwiness centrality of that given link, is showing that if I would choose 2 randomly selected nodes in the network, and if I would connect these nodes with the shortest path, and I do it for every pairs of nodes, what fraction of this path would run through that given link in the network, which is indicated here with the given width. Larger the width of the link, it means larger number of shortest passes are running through this link in the network. More important, this link or this node is in the network, which means that by removing these links or not, I will actually alter several shortest paths in the network. So I will actually, alter the information diffusion, for example, if it's an information network, or if I close down this street in this given city, I will alter strongly the transportation system, like for example, the car system, the traffic in the city. So how to define bitwiness centrality more precisely? So the assumption is that important vertices are bridges over which information flows. And if information spreads via the shortest passes, so it is not taking alternative passes, but if it's taking the shortest path to pass between 2 nodes, those nodes are important, which are along many shortest passes. Okay, so how I can define the bitwiness centrality? First of all, I have to select a node I, and I'm going to count the number of geodesic passes, the number of shortest passes from any other pairs of nodes than I, which are running through I. And then I will count another quantity, which is the number of shortest passes running between the same pairs of nodes, irrespective through I or not. And actually the node bitwiness centrality of node I is going to be defined by the fraction of this. So the number of shortest paths between node J and K through node I divided by the total number of shortest passes between J and K. And this is summed over every pair of nodes in the network which are not I and which are not the same to each other. Okay? Then, of course, you can normalize this to have a more comprehensive definition to obtain actually between a centrality value between 0 and 1. Here, this is between a centrality 0 will mean that there is no shortest path running through a given node I, so it is not central at all. And 1 means that every possible shortest path in the network is running through that given node, which means that this node is a very, very important node in the network. Okay? I can actually, here I'm just indicating some ways that you can compute between a centrality in the network. You can compute by the Floyd-Warshall algorithm, or you can also compute by the disk algorithm, and there is actually an even more recent way using the Brandes algorithm to compute between a centrality in networks. This is just if you would like to have some algorithmic insights about how to compute this very complicated network measure. In the last part of the first lecture, I would like to talk about one single commodity detection method and about the concept of commodity detection. But before I go there, I want to know, is there any question regarding the previous part of this class?
Nothing for now.
Okay. So in terms of the last point of complicated network measure, let's say it like this, I would like to talk about communities and community detection methods. So far what we had done, we characterized networks on the building block level, nodes and links, like clustering coefficient, different types of centrality. We characterize them on the system level, like average path length, degree distribution. But what we missed is to characterize them on the mesoscopic level, on the level of structures which are not on the level of single nodes, but yet not characterizing the network as a whole, as a full system. So in order to describe networks on the mesoscopic level, you can consider motifs or partitions, or for example, modules of communities. The question is how to find these mesoscale structures, how to quantify them, for example, how to count their frequency. And also it is very important, they play actually a very important role in understanding the system and also in applications, for example, in recommendation system or indicating unknown functionality in a given network. On the right-hand side, you see a seminal figure by Mark Newman, which is a political blog network of the United States, where nodes are individuals and the links between them if they are actually commenting on each other's blogs, I believe. And the colorization is trying to indicate the result of different clustering algorithms or different community detection algorithms to identify into which political party they belong to. And you see on the top this method which indicating this, classification is actually failing, while on the bottom, the method we are going to talk about today is able to capture or distinguish between the different political parties just by considering the structure of the network. But you can find communities in many other systems, in social networks. I don't know whether you have ever heard about the Zachary Karate Club network. This is the medical horse in social network analysis and also in network science. If you would like to present the success of a community detection method, this is the most common benchmark network. It is actually a karate club which had two grandmasters, and these people who practice karate were strongly connected to one or another, and they were forming a structure where a community structure was present, a mesoscopic structure was present in the system. But you can also think about communities in social networks of dolphins or scientific collaborations, or in other disciplines, in biological networks, in protein-protein interaction networks, or in case of the World Wide Web, or pretty much in case of any real-world network. You can assume some community structure in the system. However, to arrive to the concept what a community is from a network point of view, let's make 2 steps backward and first talk about subgraphs. What is a subgraph of a graph? Subgraph of a graph is a graph which is formed by a subset of nodes of the original graph and a subset of links of the original graph. So for example, if I have this as my graph network, this pattern and this pattern are both going to be a subgraph because they are formed by a subset of nodes and the subset of links of my original graph. What is a motif? A motif is actually a subgraph in a network which appears more frequently than one would expect by chance. In case of a random network, as for example, I'm making my network denser and denser, assuming a larger number of connections in the network, I can actually compute the probability. I can compute the fraction or the number of times I expect to observe certain kind of subgraphs in the network. Okay. I can have a real system and I can count the real number of subgraphs of the same subgraph appearing in the real system. And what I can do is that, let's say this is a triangle. I would like to count how many triangles I observe in my real network. And I know how many triangles, by assuming the same number of nodes and links, I would assume, I would expect to find in my random network. If in my empirical network I have significantly larger number of triangles than what I would expect from a corresponding random network, I say that this is a network motif. Okay? And this is important because these overrepresented subgraphs or motifs can actually indicate, for example, functions in the network, or can indicate in a social network, for example, those type of building blocks of the network itself, like for example, triangles building up highly clustered egocentric network, building up actually communities in the network, which are important to understand the network structure itself. So how can we quantify whether a motif is significant or a subgraph is present more significantly or significant enough in a real network? We take the subgraph, let's say this directed triangle, we count in the original network, then we will shuffle the network we will talk about later how to shuffle networks through the configuration model to obtain a network structure which is randomized. We count the number of motifs, the same motif, how many times it appeared in the randomized network. We do these randomizations several times, we count several times, so we will have a distribution of the counts over the different realizations. And then we can simply measure the z-score, where the numerator is defined by the number of empirical observations of the given motif, minus the average number of observations in the random graphs, divided by the standard deviation of the observations in the random graphs. Okay? So this is going to tell me how many standard deviation away my empirical observation is from the expected behavior. If this number is large, it means that I have significantly larger number of observations in the empirical graph than in the shuffled graph, in the random reference system. So I actually found a network motif. So this was first published by Uri Aral in 2002, this idea, in a very, very nice paper. They were actually concentrating on 3 different networks. One was the E. coli nerve system network, neural network. Then there was ecological network, and there was electric circuit network. And they were looking for different directed motifs, for example, a feed-forward loop, or a 3-chain, or a 3-node feedback loop as subgraphs in the 3 different networks. And they found that, yes, certainly there are some of them significantly, highly significantly appear larger number of times. Like, for example, a feed-forward loop appeared 70 times in the real network and only 11 times on average in the randomized network. So it was identified as a motif in the neural network of the S service. Okay, so you can do this if you have a static structure. You can use this method to identify meaningful subgraphs or building blocks in your network. Okay, moving on, we have to make a difference between motifs and communities. First of all, communities are structures which are only inferred from structure information. So you are not taking, just like motifs as well, you are not considering any information about the nodes. For example, if you have a social network, nodes are individuals, links are social interactions. You don't consider whether a node is a male or a female. You don't consider its socioeconomic status. You don't consider where it lives, anything else. You consider anything else, but you consider only the structure itself, so whether this individual is connected to another individual. In order to have a meaningful community detection method, you also have to have a graph which is not too dense. Okay, otherwise, if the network is too dense, your problem is going to turn to a data clustering problem, which is a completely different deal. You have to have a network where the number of links are comparable to the number of nodes in the network. And when you are devising a community detection algorithm, you would like to have something, a method which is computationally cheap, okay, which can be actually extended for several types of network structure. Consider different types of communities. Are communities overlapping? They are temporal or disjoint? What does it mean, overlapping communities? Overlapping communities means that, so for the first 10-15 years of community detection method, the problem was to segment the network into separate communities where each node was belonging to one single community. And then later on came out some methods. We consider that very realistic assumption that a node can actually belong to several communities. Think about a social network where me as an individual, I'm belonging to the community of my workplace, of CEU, but at the same time, I belong to the community of my family. I'm having a hobby, I'm belonging to a third community. So me as a person, I'm an overlap between several communities in the social network. Community detection method respecting this overlap or recognizing this overlap are actually trying to solve a more difficult problem, and obviously they are less frequent as well. Also, what I would like to have is a community detection method with a result what I can validate. And for validation, I can use benchmarks, for example, like synthetic networks, but also can use these additional informations what I decided not to use in the beginning. For example, the gender of people, whether I found gender communities, whether I found communities related to work, hobbies, and so on and so forth. All right, so next I'm going to define one single community detection method, which is based on modularity. I'm also going to define what modularity is. And, but you have to keep in mind that this is a very rapidly growing field. So there are hundreds and other community detection method. The one I'm going to present is one of the first ones, which was actually flourishing several other concepts later on, relying on the same ideas. It was provided by Newman and Girvan in 2004. And it was assuming the idea that if I have a random graph, if I have a random network where nodes are actually completely randomly connected to each other, this graph will have no communities. What is a community in that fashion? What we would like to identify as a community is a subgraph, which is denser connected inside among the nodes among each other than to the rest of the graph, okay? So it is not a motif. This community can have pretty much any size between 1 and the total size of the network. I don't determine its size. But I would like to see whether there are parts of the networks which are densely connected inside and they are sparsely connected to each other. Okay? And if I assume a random graph where there is no correlation, there are no preferences of nodes to connect to each other, I can assume that this type of dense subgraphs do not exist because everything is random. Okay? So the idea of Newman and Girvan was that if I have a real graph where I assume there are communities, I can actually identify these communities by comparing the real graph to a random graph and see whether between certain set of nodes, I observe a larger number of connections than I expect inside and a lower number of connections I expect to the rest of the network. Okay? So comparing the edge density in each cluster with the edge density of the cluster in the randomized version of the graph is the method we want to use. And what I'm looking for is the fraction of the edges that fall within the given groups minus the expected such fraction of edges where if they were distributed at random. So in principle, I can use whatever kind of random network. I'm going to use the Erdős-Rényi or so-called Bernoulli random graph. In the next part of the lecture, we are going to define formally what Erdős-Rényi random graph is. And I can also use another type of model, which assumes the original degree distribution. So it keeps the number of connections for each node, but it is generating otherwise completely random structure. It's called the configuration network model. We will also discuss it in part 2. So modularity is defined, it's very, very simply defined. Also, it looks very complicated. It is actually taking my empirical network. This is the adjacency matrix of my empirical network. And it is comparing this to a random network. Okay, this is actually giving us the expected number of links between a node of degree ki to a node with degree kj. Okay, so this is the difference between empirical and the random network. This term is actually, I think my next slide is better for this. It is telling me whether the node I is in the same community as node j. Okay, and this is the total number of possible stubs, number of possible rewiring of a link in the random network. So this actually function, this modularity function, is giving you the fraction of edges for within communities. Okay, this is this, minus the expected fraction of edges in the reference node. Okay, it is actually going between -1 and +1. If it is larger than 0, it is indicating that we have a community-rich structure, so the modularity of the network is large. And if it is smaller, it means that we have no communities in the network. Of course, what the trick is that we have to identify these, let's say, indication of different separation or segmentation of nodes in different clusters, because this is the only way I can compute this delta term, indicating that what if the node is belonging to community Ci and node J is belonging to community Cj. So this is actually the real problem, to identify the best segmentation, which is maximizing this function. So how I'm actually segmenting, in which segments I put different nodes in the network, in which communities, how should I put the different nodes in different communities as such that the modularity, that the resulting communities are the most different from a random structure. Okay? And that is the non-trivial problem over here. So as I said, the modularity is smaller than 1, between -1/2 and +1. If it's 0, if there is the whole graph is a single structure. So now the question is, how can I partition my graph into different subgraphs such that the obtained communities are identifying the densest subgroups, which are densest connected inside and the sparsest connected outside or between each other. So this is a partitioning problem. what I can solve in many different ways. I just list here certain types of certain algorithms, what one can use, but just to get a flavor how difficult this is, I can take a graph of 5 nodes, okay, which is a very, very small graph. And the brute force algorithm would be, or brute force approach would be, that actually I'm trying every combination of segmentation of these nodes into different clusters, okay, and check the modulative value for each of them and choose that one which is maximizing, which has the maximum modulative value of the network. So if I have 5 nodes, the number of segmentations is a partition, the number of possible partition or segmentation is given by so-called the Stirling number, okay? And actually the total number of possible partitioning is a function of the Stirling numbers called the Bell number. And this Bell number can be approximated by this double exponential form, what's called the Lambert function, where the Wn is the Lambert function. But observe here that this double exponential is an extremely large number. So even if I have only 5 nodes, I need to check 52 partitioning configuration in order to test all possible partitioning in the network. So now imagine that actually n is not 5, but let's say 1.5 million. So it is impossible to test all possible partitioning segmentation of a network in the communities in order to find the best one, but we need a better algorithm to identify which is the best one or close to be the best one to identify communities in the network. And to solve this, as it was suggested by Girvan and Newman, one solution is called the hierarchical clustering. It is a very common method in social networks, and it can take, it can follow 2 different types of approach, whether an agglomerative approach, so it's a bottom-up approach starting from single nodes and trying to merge them into segments, larger and larger segments until we find the best one, or a divisive approach, which means that I take every node in one single community or cluster and then trying to subdivide this cluster smaller and smaller clusters until arrive that every node is in a single cluster and find the best. So the general
Sorry, Martin.
Yes.
Sorry, we had just 2 questions on modularity before we went too far away from that. I just wanted to kind of interrupt them.
Right.
One is, why do we compare to the density of a randomized graph and not to the average density of the graph, or are those the same?
What you would like to do is to compare it on the single node level, right? What you would like to compare to is that the expected number of connections between a set of nodes or between node I and node J, okay? If you would compare it to the average density, that would be another solution, but then it would not respect the degree of the given node, okay? The average density is computed over every node in the network, while in case of the modularity, this K, which is the degree of the node I'm looking at, is actually an individual node characteristic, okay? This may change from node to node. And if I have, for example, a node with degree 100 and another node with degree 100, these 2 nodes, just because they have high degree, will have a higher chance that they are connected to each other than if I would have a degree node with degree 1 and another node with degree 2, let's say, okay? So this term has to be on the single node level, cannot be replaced by network level density, because it has to respect the number of possible connections the 2 nodes can have in the network. Yes?
Okay, and one more question. Are communities and clusters terms can be used interchangeably?
Communities and clusters. Well, cluster or clustering is a term coming from computer science, right? So for example, you can use several different types of methods like density-based methods or like k-means clustering, for example, and so on and so forth, in order to cluster points embedded in a given space, okay? This is the original, I think, terminology of clustering. It assumes that that your nodes or your entities are embedded in a space. You don't assume a network structure, and you would like to identify those nodes who are, let's say, close to each other. In terms of community detection, you don't assume a space. You assume only a network structure. You are trying to identify those nodes which are densely connected to each other and sparsely connected to the rest. Again, when I'm talking, I sometimes say accidentally clustering, because actually community detection is a way of clustering, but using different conditions. But clustering is certainly not a community detection problem. Okay?
Perfect. Yes, that's it. No more questions for now.
All right. We are almost done, by the way, with the first part. So we can follow a general algorithm. We can introduce a criterion to compare nodes based on their similarity. So we can say that, let's say, two nodes are similar to each other if they share a lot of neighbors. We can define a similarity matrix, which is going to give you how similar two nodes from each other. And we can follow the two already mentioned approach, an agglomerative approach starting from the individual nodes and forming larger and larger groups by joining them if they are similar to each other, or a divisive method starting from a graph as a single cluster and separate them if they are the most clusters which are the most dissimilar. So these two methods, or how we are actually dividing the network into communities or subclusters, or how we are merging nodes into clusters towards the whole network, can be represented by a dendrogram. A dendrogram is a tree, as you see, where in the leaf, in the bottom, you see every single node, okay, in a separate cluster. And then you actually connect two nodes if you merge them from a bottom-up approach into the same cluster. So for example, here these two nodes are going to merge into the same cluster, and then you continue method. You will find that these three nodes are similar, so they will be merged to a single cluster, and so on and so forth, until everyone is merged in the same cluster. In the case of a divisive method, you start from here. This is the complete graph in the same cluster, or same community. And then you are trying to separate. First, you will separate to this and to this group, and then this group will be separated into this group and this group, and so on and so forth. So this dendrogram can represent your whole clustering procedure or community detection method. And one single cut, for example, here, this red line, is going to give you a certain cluster, right? This cut is going to tell you that actually my best community detection method, if it is located here, is going to put these nodes in the same community, these nodes in a separate community, and these nodes, these nodes in the third community and these nodes in the fourth community. So a single cut in the dendrogram is giving you a clustering of the method, of the given network. So given a Newman, we're using this concept, and they defined a divisive method, where what they did is that they took a network. In the beginning, the whole network was in the same community. They computed the edge between a centrality of every edge in the network. So they were identifying those links which will have the largest edge between us, those links through which the largest number of shortest paths is running in the network. And they remove this link, okay? And then they recompute the edge between a centrality for every remaining link in the network. They again remove the one with the highest between a centrality. So these links we already talked about are the links which most likely are between densely connected parts of the network. So they are the bridges in the network. So if we remove them, after a while, the network will fall apart, okay? And they repeated this until there was no link in the network. And at each step, and this is, I think, the wonderful idea over here, they computed the network modularity of the remaining network. So they removed first the highest between a centrality link from the network. They recomputed the modularity of the remaining network. Then they removed the second they recomputed the modularity by obtaining those community structure which was coming after removing the second largest between a centrality link in the network. And what they obtained, what they found, that of course, using this link removal process, they could draw up a dendrogram. And by measuring the modularity value after each iteration, this modularity value actually appeared with a single maximum. And this single maximum defined a cut in the dendrogram, which was giving them the best possible commodity structure or best possible partitioning of the given network into dense subnets. Okay? You see here the result of the Girvan-Yuvan method on different networks, in case of the Dolphin network, the World Wide Web network, or scientific collaboration network. As I said in the very beginning, or in the beginning of clustering commodity detection methods, I wanted to cover only this single method, but if you are interested in other methods, you can look for the Luvan method, the InfoMap method, even use stochastic block models or other methods. There are several others. Here's a paper which is summarizing most of them and how they can be actually applied in networks. But you also have to keep in mind, and this is very important, that when you apply a commodity detection method blindly on a network, it is completely meaningless. What you have to keep in mind that you have to find the best algorithm which is fitting the best to the problem you would like to answer. So for example, applying the Girvan-Yuvan method, which is a non-overlapping commodity detection method on a network where you are expecting overlapping communities, will give you a meaningless result. Also, people used to fall into the trap that they just apply blindly a method without exploring parameter dependencies or without using any additional metadata, for example, for validation, but they just assume that what I found as a community detection is actually providing me the real communities. This is also very, very bad practice. So be careful when you're applying community detection methods blindly on networks. You always have to choose the right algorithm, and you always have to validate it in a way that you can give any meaningful answer about your social graph or any kind of graph you're analyzing. So this is the first part of the lecture. I think we can make a long 15 minutes break now and meet again at 12:30, which after we will first talk about network models, and then if we have time, about an application in epidemic modeling of complex networks.
Martin?
Do you have any question? Yes.
Yeah. I would just say that there is one question. How to conduct a network analysis on trade integration within an economic region? Is there a better model to do so?
So this is an upcoming question. As I said, I'm not an expert of economic network. I would need the definition of a trade integration network you are talking about. Because as I already told, what I could assume, but if you give me a better, maybe you can write me a mail about this and we can continue this offline, this discussion.
And there is another question. Can you also talk about generalization issue in network studies? And she is also thanking you for the interesting talk.
Yes, so the next part is going to be about network models, where we will talk about, first of all, what are the general characteristics of real networks, what have been found in several different systems, and what kind of mechanisms you need to assume in order to reproduce these general patterns. Okay, so we are already in this direction because I already indicated what are the three main characteristics: the degree distribution, the clustering coefficient, and the average path length. The next part will start with the statement how they should behave or how they have been found to behave in real systems and how to model them.
Yeah, that was all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then see you at 12:30. Hello? All right. I was waiting for the organizers to stop the video, but I think it happened, so we can start probably again. It would be nice to have a feedback. But it's all right. I can share my screen again. And let's continue. All right. So in the second part of the course, I would like to talk about general network models of complex networks. But before we start, just let me to remind what we already agreed to is that we are going to concentrate on three main properties of networks to model. One is the degree distribution, the second is the clustering coefficient, and the third is the average path length. And I can also in advance kind of spoil that in real networks, what we will observe is that the degree distribution is going to be broad, sometimes called the fat-tailed or scale-free. The path length is going to be short. This is what's called the small word property. And the clustering coefficient is going to be large, what we have already seen, assuming a commodity structure in this network. The first idea to model network structures or real graphs, so to speak, at the time networks were still not a thing, was actually came from two Hungarian mathematicians. One is Pál Erdős and the other is Alfred Rényi, who assumed that if we don't know anything else than the number of n of nodes and the number L of links, the simplest thing to do is to put the links at random without any correlations in order to model real systems which can be described as a graph. So they actually published two papers in 1959 and the other was in 1960, both in 200 mathematical journals, which actually became the foundational papers of network science and also of graph theory later. They became seminal works in graph theory. So they proposed two definitions of random graphs. They are both very simple. One is called the GNL definition, where they assume that we have n disconnected nodes originally, and then we add L links between these n disconnected nodes uniformly at random. So we are selecting randomly the two ends of a link, and we connect these randomly selected pairs of nodes with a given link, and we do it L times. It is alternatively equivalent to pick uniformly randomly a graph from the set of all graphs with n number of nodes and L number of links. The other definition, called the GNP definition, is starting the same way. We have n disconnected nodes, and here instead of having L edge determine the number of edges in advance, we have a probability, which is telling us that what is the probability that there will be an edge between any of the nodes, pairs of nodes in the network. Alternatively, it belongs to pick with probability PL 1 minus P to the power of n over 2 minus L, a network from the set of all networks with size n. So you see in both cases, in the first case, in the GNL case, the L number of links is determining the density of the network. In the second case, in the GNP definition, it is the P probability that two randomly selected pairs, two randomly selected nodes are connected in the network. So the second definition, while the first definition determines exactly the number of links, the second definition is going to give you a number of links on average. It is not uniquely defined in the network, but actually in both cases, we can have many different realizations of the network. So we can take n disconnected nodes, and with this given probability P, each time we are generating a network with connection probability P, we may receive a different network structure, which on average will have the same number of links. On average, we'll have the same degree distribution, and on average, we have the same clustering coefficient. So if we concentrate first on the degree distribution, what will be the degree distribution of an Erdős-Rényi random graph? Actually, if our network is not too large, the degree distribution, to write the degree distribution is rather easy. So first of all, we are selecting k number of nodes from the possible n minus 1 number of nodes to make connections between a given node and k other neighbors. So then the second term giving you the probability of having k edges from this node to any other node, and the third term is giving the probability of missing n minus 1 minus k edges from the given node to any other node in the network. So as you see, this is a binomial distribution. If we have a network not too large. The average degree of this distribution can be written as the p connection probability times n-1, and the standard deviation can be square root of p 1 minus p times n-1. So actually the fraction of the two is 1 over n-1 square root. So as the network size is increasing, the degree distribution is becoming increasingly narrow. Okay, so the standard deviation is actually proportional to the network size. And so we are increasingly confident that the degree of the node is going to be in the vicinity of the average degree. On the other hand, if we have a larger network, so in the very large n limits, so we have several nodes in the network, it has been shown independent of this way earlier that this binomial distribution is actually converging to a Poisson distribution. So what we can say that Erdős-Rényi random graphs, if they are large enough, they will have a Poisson distribution. What does it mean? It means that these Poisson distributions, they are symmetric distributions around a given average. It means that they are characterized by an average and an exponentially decreasing probability of finding a node smaller or larger than this given average value with a smaller or larger degrees. Okay? Very well. So the degree distribution is binomial or Poisson distribution, which are not heterogeneous distributions, or not, they're indicating limited heterogeneities, which are actually shrinking as we are increasing the network size. What about their distances? Well, if you think about the random graphs, which is not very sparse, but not very dense, so assume that P is not very large, you can approximate them with a tree-like structure, like for example here on the left-hand side. And what you would like to do is to compute the number of nodes at a given distance from a selected node in the network. So the first neighbors are going to be the average degree, or actually for a given node is going to be the degree, but on average is going to be the average degree of a randomly selected node. The number of second neighbors are going to be the average degree squared, because it's going to be the average, approximately the average degree of this node. And for all first neighbor nodes, we have also on average the average degree number of neighbors, and so on and so forth. So what we are trying to find is that what is the distance d when we actually have all the network covered starting from the central node. We initiated this breadth first search algorithm, so to speak. So actually what we are looking for, what is the distance d, where 1 plus the average degree square, and so on and so forth, is equal to the system size. So we can actually, with a very simple derivation, we can show that this is going to be proportional to the average degree to the power of the distance. And from this distance, we can express that the distance is going to be logarithmic with the system size and inversely logarithmic with the average degree, which means that there are very short distances in this network. The distances between randomly selected nodes are scaling with the logarithm of the system size. So it is, so to speak, a small word network. And indeed, if you look at real networks, what we find is that even they have very, very large sizes. For example, these are several examples of social, biological, or technological networks. You see that even they have very large system sizes. For example, the Medline co-authorship has over 1.5 million nodes. The average distance between the nodes is actually very, very small. This is the real average distance. And this is the average distance after we shuffle the system. Okay, and it is also very, very large, very, very small. So indicating that in real networks, distances are very short, and Erdős-Rényi random graphs are actually capturing this feature. They also have very short distances in their structure. What about the clustering coefficient? Well, the clustering coefficient is is not behaving as well as the short distances. We have already shown earlier that the probability of connections can be written as the average degree divided by n-1. If you remember, it was coming from this derivation, or in the previous slide it was over here, okay, from the fact that the average of a binomial distribution can be computed like this. We also know the definition of the local clustering coefficient. This is the number of common neighbors, number of links between neighbors divided by the total possible number of links between neighbors. So writing here in, and also edge, since we know that there are edges are independent and have the same probability, we know that this n number of connected neighbors are actually proportional to the total number of possible neighbors multiplied by p, because each link appears with p probability. So if we put these three definitions together for the clustering coefficient, we obtain that it is actually inversely proportional to the system size, which means that if we have a network with certain parameters and we increase the system size, actually the clustering coefficient is going to 0. It is going to vanish as the system size is increasing, which is not very well capturing real behavior, because what we see in real networks is that the clustering, even they have very large network, they are very large networks, so they have certainly large network sizes, the clustering coefficient is rather large, while comparing the clustering coefficient in the corresponding random network where we have the same number of nodes and the same number of links, the clustering coefficient is very, very small. So it means that Erdős-Rényi graphs are capturing well distances, are not capturing well the clustering coefficient of real graphs, and since they are characterized by a Poisson degree distribution, which is allowing only a very small deviation from the average, they actually do not characterize well either the degree distribution of real networks. On the other hand, there is one more important, very important feature of the Erdős-Rényi random graphs, namely that if I take this probability of connection, which is scaling the average degree of the network, as a parameter, and I change it from 0 to 1, and the average degree is going to increase from 0 to a large number. Actually, the network is going through what's called a structural phase transition, also what's called a percolation phase transition. So if the P is equal to 0, it means every node is disconnected, there are no links in the network. If the P is small, I'm starting to increase this probability of connecting nodes, randomly selected pairs of nodes in the network. I will have first a small connected component emerging in the system. And as I increase P further and further, there will be a point where there will be a substructure, a subgraph emerging, which is actually spreading all around the network, still not connecting every node in the network, but its size is dominating as compared to other small components emerged in the system with their given P. Increasing P further, this large component is growing further and further, eating up smaller and smaller components until it is actually connecting the whole network together. So if I look at this as a phase transition where the control parameter is P, or the average degree, and the order parameter, what I'm measuring, is the size of the largest connected component, it is going to be 0 until a point, and at some critical point, there will be this large connected component emerging. So this is a subcritical point. At the critical point, this large connected component emerges, and it is going to grow first so a supercritical and then a connected phase where every node is belonging to this large connected component. Why is it important? Because first of all, this is the simplest example of a second order phase transition. If you are a physicist, you understand what this is. If you are not a physicist, it is still very important because the Erdős-Rényi random graph is actually the reference, the basic reference model of any real network. Okay, so even in case of the modality computation, we were using the Hertie random graph, but actually there we were using the configuration network, which is a similar yet different random graph model. We will talk about this later. So it is serving as your uncorrelated random reference point for the comparison of any, for the identification of any correlation in network system. Yet, what we learned is that its degree distribution is binomial or Poisson distribution if the system size is large. Its clustering coefficient is vanishing as the system size grows large, but the path lengths are logarithmically short, so the network actually exhibits the small word phenomenon, what I'm going to talk later. So if I compare it to real networks, it is actually capturing one parameter or one universal feature, the short path length, which was observed in several real systems and can be recovered with an Hertie network. It is not capturing properties of any real systems, but it, as I said, serves as a reference system for any other network. Okay. Do you have any question about Hertie random graphs?
Yes. How do we know the difference between a Poisson and a binomial distribution, as in what should be the criterion?
Well, this is, I understand this is a little hand-wavy what I'm saying here, that for small network size and for large network size. Actually, if you start from a binomial distribution, there is a very easy derivation I didn't want to show, that if you assume that n goes to infinity, how the binomial distribution is relaxing or transforming into a binomial distribution. It depends what kind of approximation you would like to use. If you would like to use a continuous description of your network, or you are deriving using a continuous formalism your network properties, you use the binomial distribution. If you use a discrete formalism, which is characterizing smaller network sizes, you can use the binomial distribution. Other questions?
No, that was all. Thank you.
All right. So moving on, I would like to first, in order to introduce what is a small weirdness in network structure, to talk about the 6 degrees of separation. If we would be in a classroom, I would ask, have you ever heard about the 6 degrees of separation? Unfortunately, I cannot really get the feedback on this, so I introduce what it is. The original concept, interestingly, was coming from a Hungarian writer called Frigyes Karinti, who wrote a novel in 1929, where he conceptualized that the modern world was shrinking due to ever-increasing connectedness of human beings. So what he wrote in this novel, I repeat, in 1929, a fascinating game grew out of this discussion. One of us suggested performing the following experiment to prove that the population of the Earth is closer together now than they have ever been before. We should select any person from the 1.5 billion inhabitants of the Earth, anyone, anywhere at all. He bet us that using no more than 5 individuals, one of whom is a personal acquaintance, he could contact the selected individual using nothing except the network of personal acquaintances. So it means, so the original example he gave, that let's select him as a Hungarian writer and a random mechanic working in the factory of Ford in the United States, and see how many handshakes one needs to find between him and this randomly selected person working in the Ford factory. And he said that he knows the president of the Hungarian Writers Association, he knows the Hungarian president, who knows the American president, who knows Mr. Ford, who knows his chief engineer, who knows his engineer. So going up and down in this network hierarchy, one can find very short passes between 2 randomly selected individuals anywhere in the world. Okay, so even the network size is incredibly large. Now it's way larger than 1.5 billion, yet this distance, this graph distance or acquaintance distance between people is surprisingly small. So this was an intuition of Hertie in 1929, which was, well, written in a Hungarian novel, so probably was not hitting the global knowledge of social scientists at the times. And actually, we needed to wait a couple of years, about 40 years, that the same concept is recognized by Stanley Milgram, who actually ran his famous small world experiment, where the experiment was the following. He was focusing on the population of the United States, and he chose randomly people from Omaha, Nebraska, and asked them to follow the next procedure. First, these people got a bunch of postcards, 2 sets of postcards actually. And what he asked that add your name to the roster of the bottom of the sheet, so that the next person who receives this letter will know who it comes from. Detach 1 postcard, fill it in, and return it to Harvard University. This is where actually Stanley was working at the time. No stamp is needed. The postcard is very important. It allows us to keep track of the progress of the folder as it moves towards the target person. So if you know the target person, which is Stanley Milgram, on a personal basis, mail this folder directly to him. Do this only if you have previously met the target person and know each other on a first-name basis. Or, and this is most likely, if you don't know the target person, Stanley Milgram, on a personal basis, do not try to contact him directly. Instead, mail this folder, postcards, and everything else to a personal acquaintance who is more likely than you to know the target person. You may send the folder to a friend, relative, or acquaintance, but it must be someone you know on a first-name basis. So he started actually several letter chains. 20% of these letter chains actually reached the target. And from this, he could actually compute the average number of hops the letter was making in order to arrive from a random person to his laboratory. And he found that this average distance is 5.5, which is very surprising if you think about the novel of Hertie in 1929, who just through a thought experiment conceptualized the same number. So it means that short chains exist in social network, and somehow people manage to find these short chains, even in a very large population, in a very large social network. How they find it, you may look at some paper of John Kleinbeck, who actually built a complete theory to explaining the searchability of social networks. Based on the same concept, the mathematicians actually they defined a measure, what they called the Erdős number. It was actually not defined by Erdős, it was defined based on Erdős. Okay, so Erdős was the second person on Earth who published the most during his lifetime, after Euler, who I already mentioned. He had 1,525 publications with 511 co-authors. This is an extraordinarily large number of publications. I think an average researcher, if publishing over 150 during his lifetime, is already a very successful person. Okay. So the mathematicians wanted to relate themselves to Erdős. They wanted to show out how closely related to Erdős, so they defined what's called the Erdős number. It described collaborative distance between mathematicians and Erdős. And it is defined as follows. Erdős number is 0. Everyone who published a paper, co-authored a paper with Erdős directly, his Erdős number is 1. Everyone who co-authored a paper with someone who co-authored a paper with Erdős will have Erdős number 2, and so on and so forth. So it means since he had 511 co-authors, there are 511 people with Erdős number 1. This number is fixed. With Erdős number of 2, this number was 8,162 a couple of years back. This number is of course increasing because although Erdős died, so this 511 in 1999, I think somewhere there, this 511 this number will not increase. The people who still alive who publish with their address still publish, so this number may increase. Of course, physicists, the artists, they also got the concept. They defined their own Erdős number called Pauli number and Bacon number. And even mathematicians and movie actors, they published the Erdős, or defined the Erdős-Bacon number, which exists for people who have also an Erdős and the Bacon number. For example, László Barabás is one of those. Or, as an interesting fact, Natalie Portman, she has a PhD. She has a well-defined Erdős number and a Bacon number as well. I have an Erdős number 2 via my publication with László Lovász, who has an Erdős number 1 because he was one of the students of Pál Erdős. Very well. Do you have any questions so far?
There are no questions.
Okay, then I continue. So after the experiment of Milgram, again, we needed to wait a couple of years that this small word effect is recognized in relation to networks. Actually, the very, very first complex networks publication, or this might not be the first one, this is what is considered to be the first, was written by Duncan Watts and Steve Strogatz, who wrote the paper on this small word effects in networks. What they wanted to explain is a kind of a contradiction, what they recognized by analyzing real-world networks, like film actors, a power grid network, and the neural network of C. elegans. But they found that these networks have short distances, so they are small word networks, if you use the terminology of Milgram, but at the same time, they have high clustering coefficients. So if you look at why is it a contradiction, because high clustering would mean that they are very, very well connected locally, and short distance would mean that they are very, very well connected globally. And this duality, the existence of these two features, is somewhat contradicting at the first sight. So indeed, if you look at real networks, you find that, as we already discussed, they have very short distances, and they have very large clustering coefficient. Meanwhile, you know that we already know that the Erdős-Rényi network or graphs cannot recover these two properties, although they actually generate structures with logarithmically short distances. Their clustering coefficient is vanishing, which means that they are not good enough models of real networks, which also means, if you just flip the coin, that actually real networks are not completely random. So what they wanted to explain, how is it possible that networks are highly clustered, locally structured, with spurious connections between nodes apart, but at the same time, they are also random, they are globally interconnected, they have, if you look at the global structure, they have low clustering. So random networks would suggest that they have low clustering and there are short distances. High clustering would suggest that they are not random at all, and but they have no short distances within the network. The reality is somewhere between the two. This is actually the Facebook social network plotted about 10 years ago, indicating exactly this, the duality of these two characters, that real networks may have high clustering and short distances at the same time. So the question of Watts and Strogatz was how we can model this behavior. What they did, they defined a network model where they started from what they call the regular ring. This is a graph, which is a ring. So you have nodes. These nodes are connected to neighbors in the ring. But they are not only connected to their first neighbors, but actually they are connected to all the neighbors in k distance from them. So for example, this is a K2 ring because every node is connected to its first neighbors and also to its second neighbors. Okay, so it means that every node will have, actually in this ring, degree 4 in the beginning. You recognize that this network has a very high clustering, right? Because there are triangles closed around every link. Every link actually will have 1 and 2 triangles closed around them, so the clustering coefficient is going to be very large. What they did is start with a ring lattice with n nodes, in which every node is connected to its k first neighbors, k over 2 on either side, and then randomly rewire each edge of the lattice with probability p, such that the self-connections and duplicated edges are excluded. So it means that you select, you check every link in the network, and you toss a dice, and with a given probability, you decide whether this node is going to be rewired or not. If the link is rewired, you keep one end of the link, and you select another node to connect randomly from the remaining of the network. So if p is equal to 1, actually starting from this ring, you will arrive to a completely random Erdős-Ring graph. Okay? But in between, you may have situations when you won't rewire a large number of links, and at the same time, you still have some remaining of the local highly clustered structure of the system. So what they found is that as the function of this rewiring probability p, they measured two things. One was the clustering of a normalized clustering coefficient of the network, and the other is a normalized average path length of the network. And what is the striking recognition over here is that they found that in a regime, there is a regime of P, where the clustering coefficient is still relatively high in the network, but the average path length is relatively short, which means that they could model this coexistence of the situation that we have high clustering and strong local structures and short distances, a smaller structure at the same time. And why is it like that? Actually, what happens is that if you have some remaining clustering structure, actually you need if you only rewire a few links randomly, these links are going to connect a random other node in the network, which are potentially very, very far in distance as before. But because you are connecting them, connecting to a link, actually the distances between nodes around the original node and between nodes around the randomly connected nodes were very large originally. Now that they are directly connected, they are going to decrease very rapidly. And you need only a few links to randomly rewire between random parts of the network in order to decrease the average path length considerably in the system, while you need only a few links, while you keep the remaining links untouched, which still maintain the high clustering of the network at the same time. Okay, so what they explained, or what they were modeling, the result was that you need only a few long distance links in a network in order to make the average path length, in order to make the network smaller. Okay, actually they were defining, they were proposing two definitions. One, what I already discussed, when you select links randomly and you rewire them, and there is another definition when you keep the original structure and you are actually adding links with probability p, meaning that you are going to have a larger number of links in the network, but it has some mathematical properties which is easier to compute. What about the degree distribution of the Wasserstrass model? First of all, when it is a regular ring, the degree distribution is a step function, right? Every node has the same degree. It is, in this case, 4. When p is equal to 1, it is actually a random graph, so the degree distribution is a Poisson distribution. And actually it can be shown, this is actually the exact formula, that depending on k, the number of original neighbors linked, and p, the rewiring probability, the degree distribution will have always an exponential cutoff. It's a kind of a Poisson distribution, very, very similar to Poisson distribution, with the degrees rather homogeneously, being rather homogeneous only with small probability deviating from the average degree in the network. Okay, so unfortunately, they do not reproduce these high degree heterogeneities, what we are going to talk about next, of real networks, but they actually have high clustering coefficient, what you can actually compute exactly. So this global clustering coefficient can be very, very high, even for relatively large p-values. And we have already computed, we have already explained, they have actually logarithmically short distances, average path lengths, which is depending logarithmically on the system size. So they have very short path lengths, even for small revarying probabilities. This experiment was, so actually, in order to demonstrate this effect again, Watts was rerunning the milligram small world experiments a couple of decades later. Instead of starting from a single town in the Midwest, they started from 13 different countries, from 18 different target cities. They started 61,000 people who actually started 24,000 chains, and of which only 384 were completed. And actually what they measured, that the average path length was shrinking. Actually in the finding it was 4, or it was 6 when they accounted for the broken chains. This has been also repeated with emails and Facebook, and even in Facebook they measured repetitively after a couple of years, and they've shown that the average distance, the small wordness, is actually decreasing. Our word is becoming smaller and smaller as time goes by, induced by enhanced or easier maintain social interactions, even abroad via online social systems. All right, so all in all, what we can summarize that our second network model, which is the Wastroga small world network model, is not recovering the original, the empirical observation that degree distributions are broad, but they actually provide us a network model with short path lengths and high clustering coefficient. So we are getting closer, we are getting a better and better network model to model real network system. Before I would go on to scale-free networks, please let me know if there is any question.
There are no questions. Thank you.
There's no question. I hope not everyone is sleeping. Again, if we would be in a classroom, I would ask, have you ever heard about scale-free networks? If not, then let me to explain that the very first observation of scale-free networks, that time it was not called scale-free networks by the way, was done by the American sociologist Derek Sol Price, who was studying scientometrics, and he was drawing a graph of scientific papers where nodes were scientific papers and links were citations between. And the simple thing he did, well, that time there were no computers to do that, he was doing by hand, which was quite a job. So the simple thing what he did, he connected those scientific papers with a link to other scientific papers if the one paper was citing the other. And what he observed, that when he was counting the degree distribution, now we know what the degree distribution is, right? This is the distribution of the number of links a node has in the paper, in the network. In this case, the number of papers a node cited, or the number of papers, actually it's a more precise definition, the number of citations a node received in the graph, okay? So the number of citations to scientific paper actually unexpectedly was showing a heavy tail distribution. Why is it unexpected? Because that time it was the heterogeneous graph model which was believed to reproduce real graphs. I don't know whether Derek Sol Price knew about the heterogeneous random model, but what he found that the degree distribution, the number of citations a paper received, was distributed more like a Pareto distribution or a power law distribution, with a heavy tail, okay, instead of a Poisson distribution, which has an exponential tail only. Later on, I will explain better what does it mean. The second observation of similar structure was in 1999 by Reiko Albert, Huang Zhang, and Albert László Boromási, who built a robot, like a virtual robot, in order to map the World Wide Web through URL links. So the nodes were web pages, the links were like hyperlinks from one web page to another, and what this robot did, went to a web page, actually sparse the code, identify the hyperlinks, went to the web pages which were hyperlinked from the given web page, sparse the code, identify the hyperlinks, and so on. So it was mapping over 3 billion of web pages through following the URL links from the different documents. And after plotting the same quantity, the number of times a web page was linked, they observed something very similar that as Solar Price did, that this degree distribution, this in-degree distribution, was actually distributed as a power law. Okay? They actually visualized this in a very nice way. This is in the plot on the bottom is the original plot from the Nature paper from 1999. This is the distribution of out degrees. This is the distribution of in degrees. And what you see here is that the number of connections web pages may have is range most likely is 1. Okay, so most likely a web page is or in this case actually it's k plus 1, so this should be 1. Most likely a web page is actually linked only once in the whole World Wide Web, but there are actually web pages which are super popular and they receive over 1,000 of connections or 1,000 of citations at the World Wide Web. They called this network structure a scale-free network structure. Why it is called scale-free network structure? First of all, if you take this logarithmic plot and you don't look at the scales here, so you actually hide the scales from your plot, you cannot decide what is a characteristic value of this distribution. If it would be a bell curve, you would be able to say that, okay, there is the maximum of the bell curve, the symmetric distribution like a Poisson distribution. This is a characteristic degree of the network. Here you cannot because it's a straight line going further and further in the tail. But you can also interpret scale freeness another way if you actually take the whole network and then you just select one portion of it and you look closer, and then select another portion of it and you look closer, and select another portion of it and you look closer. You cannot, just by looking at the different scales, you cannot decide at what distance you are from the network because it is self-similar over several scales. Okay, that's why it is called scale-free network. Why is it? What does it mean exactly, scale-freeness? If we go back to our random graph model, where we actually explained that the degree distribution is a Poisson distribution with a well-defined average and with exponentially decreasing probabilities to deviate from this average. If we select a node randomly, most likely its degree is going to be around the average value. A good example in real networks are, for example, some infrastructure network which are embedded in space, where actually the creation of a link is costly, like a power grid network or a highway network, where the degree distribution is somewhat close to a symmetric, to a random network. On the other hand, if we look at networks where you don't have this spatial constraint, for example, the flight network of the United States, where the links are actually can range over large distances, what you observe is that most of the airports in this network have a small number of connections, but there are some airports which stand out and they have an enormous large connecting flights. They are serving a very, very large routes. These are the hubs of the network. So if you look at the distribution, actually the tail of the distribution is going to range over several orders of magnitudes, because you have these nodes which have very, very, very large degree, while very many nodes, most of the nodes, we have only a few links in the network. Okay, so the degree fluctuations in case of random graph, for example, or a small network is very small. The degree fluctuations in case of scale-free network are potentially infinitely large. Okay, what kind of real structures we can observe with this property? For example, the internet. Here the nodes are actually routers, as we already discussed. The links are physical wires, and if you look at the degree distribution of the internet, we find that the degree distribution is well approximated with a power law distribution, indicating that this is a scale-free structure. Or we can look at the airline route map network, where again, plotting the degree distribution, we can see that it is ranging over 2.5 orders of magnitude. It has a very, very long tail, indicating high degree fluctuations in the system. Or a scientific collaboration network, the same. You see that the degree distribution is ranging over several orders of magnitude. Or the protein-protein interaction network is another example. Or, for example, a sexual interaction network. Here on the top, on the bottom left, you see a sexual network of American high school, the Jefferson High, and on the top right, you see the degree distribution of the sexual network of a Swedish town, separated for females and males. And you see that even in small communities like this, the degree distribution is ranging over several orders of magnitude and can be approximated by a power law. Also, as another example, online social games, or in general online social systems, show scale-free kind of degree distribution. So now probably you would raise your hand that well, when we are looking at these degree distributions, they don't all look like the power law, right? A power law on a logarithmic scale, so when the x scale is a logarithmic and the y scale is logarithmic, it should be a straight line, but here we see any kind of animals, right? We see an even non-monotonous distribution. But is the consensus, let's say, is that although you are not able to fit with the power law as a best candidate function all these distributions, there are other candidate functions like log normal distribution, stretch exponential distribution, and others. They are all indicating high degree fluctuations, way higher than you would expect from a random structure, ranging over several orders of magnitude. Okay, so this is why they are called fat tail distribution or scale-free distribution. Okay, so and indeed, when you characterize, how can we characterize a scale-free distribution? Actually, one can fit a straight line on a log-log scale of the on the log-log plot on the distribution, and the slope of the straight line is going to tell you the power of the power function which is fitting the best this distribution. What is very interesting, that if we fit several real networks with a power law distribution, we find that the characteristic exponent describing these power law distributions are mostly between 2 and 3. Okay, this is very interesting. This seems like a universal pattern, what was actually very surprising at the time. But you can also think about the mathematical consequences of it. If you have a power law degree distribution and you have an exponent between 2 and 3, it means that the standard deviation or the fluctuations of the degree distribution is actually going to infinity, while the average is well defined. On the other hand, if the average degree is even the average degree is well defined, there will be infinitely large fluctuations from the average degree. So the average value is going to be meaningless, since the fluctuations are infinitely large. Of course, infinitely large fluctuations appear only in infinitely large systems. We have real systems are always finite, but yet it means that there are extremely large fluctuations in the degree distribution or in the system indicated by the degree distribution. So indeed, if we compare the degree and the standard deviation of the same networks, we find that even the average degree is relatively large, small, the standard deviation, degree fluctuations are extremely large in most of the real networks. There are some examples, counterexamples like power grid networks, which are actually not scale-free. I already explained it is due to this spatial embeddedness and the high cost of building long-range links in the network. And the mobile call network, well, the mobile call network has an exponent very large, it's over 5, which means that this is an exception in another way, that it is more like a random graph because it actually is not maintaining very large degree fluctuations in the system. So if I would like to summarize, this is a range of the degree exponent. So the exponent which characterize the power law degree distribution. We find that most of the systems have degree exponent between 2 and 3, which means this is the regime where the standard deviation is diverging, okay, which is characterized by the second moment of the degree distribution, but let's not go there. This is the regime where we still have a finite average degree in the network. We can also show that this is the regime where the distances are even shorter than in small world networks. It is double logarithmically short. It's called ultra small world behavior, ultra small world regime. And this is the regime where we can actually interpret a scale-free behavior. If the exponent is smaller, the fluctuations are so large, even the average is infinite, not only the standard deviation, that we cannot handle this mathematically. Or if the degree exponent is larger than 3, the fluctuations are so small that the system behaves behaves similarly to a random network. Okay? Before I go on about the modeling of scale-free graphs, please let me know if you have any question.
Yes, there is a question from Luca. He says, from what you've shown so far, network analysis seems very descriptive. For example, how do people interact with each other? And he asks if you could elaborate on ways the method can be used in more explanatory ways.
So the question is that the definition of networks is very descriptive, and how can it be defined more precisely?
I think Luca could turn his microphone on if he wants to elaborate, but more in the sense of the use of network analysis, that they seem to be very descriptive. And he asks how the method can be used in explanatory ways.
Well, your network definition is as descriptive as the definition is. So if I have a very precise definition of, for example, of a social interaction, because you can define social interactions in many different ways. If you have a very conservative definition of social interactions, let's say physical proximity versus physical contact, you have a different precision of the description of the system itself, okay? This is one. The other is that this type of network analysis has been or can be used, I think, in 2 different ways. One is a descriptive analysis. When you have a real system, you identify what is a node, what is a link. You identify, you draw the network, you characterize the network through different measures, and then you compare these network characteristics to earlier observations. This is one way. The other is that when there are some emergent behavior or characteristic of the network, which can be mathematically derived. And this actually indicates certain types of mechanisms which are behind, as we will see next, mechanisms which are behind the emergence of the emergence of the different properties. And you can actually look for, you can quantify this mechanism, and this way you can learn not in a descriptive but in a quantitative way as well about the driving mechanism of driving mechanisms which are leading to the observation in your network. One driving mechanism, what we are going to talk about now, is called preferential attachment, but there are some others. There are several others. It's called, I think it's also called mechanistic models in social sciences, where you are assuming a social mechanism behind observed emergent behavior, and then observation, you can actually observe this mechanism and see in your model whether it is leading to the same observation in the model system as in the original one. So these are the two main ways how one can analyze real systems. One is a comparative, the other is a modeling approach of network systems. Other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So the Barabási-Albert model of scale-free networks was, I have to say, it was submitted a month later than the Wastrogas network. That's why these two papers, the one on small world network and the one on scale-free networks, are considered as the foundational paper of network science. And in this paper by Barabási and Albert, and here I will highlight it later, what they recognized is that so far, when we talked about networks, we missed two very important things. When we talked about random networks, because that time small world networks were not even published yet. The Wastrogas small world network model. One is that we always assume, for example, in case of the Erdős-Rényi random graph, is that the network is not evolving as a function of time. The Erdős-Rényi graph is defined by a set of nodes. Then I connect this set of nodes with randomly selected links, and this is it. We don't consider that actually as a function of time, there might be some links created, there might be some links broken, nodes may emerge, nodes may die. There is an evolution of the network. This is one thing. The other recognition was that in the Erdős-Rényi random graph, the connections were assumed to be fully random, no correlations. While in real graph, in real networks, this might not be the case, but when there is a new node added to the network, or there is an existing node but trying to create a link, it will have some preferences to connect to some other nodes, which is not homogeneously distributed, this preference over the whole network. Think about a web page, okay? So let's say I made my web page a couple of years ago, and I was making some hyperlinks from my web page, and I was trying to connect to well-known web pages, let's say the web page of CNN and also the web page of my university, and so on and so forth. At the same time, not so many people are trying to link my web page because it's not as interesting as watching CNN. So in the end, we can actually recognize that when I create a new web page, I have a preference to connect to popular web pages where actually, you can obtain important information which is related to my own web page. But my web page, because it is just one web page of the zillions of others, it might not be very popular. There will be not so many people who would like to link. So that's what this mechanism, what Barabási and Albert called the preferential attachment mechanism. So that nodes are not connected randomly, but tends to link to more attractive nodes. This is not a new concept. It was earlier called the Poya-Earn model, the Yule process, the zip flow, cumulative advantage. Actually, Sola Price called the cumulative advantage, preferential attachment, Pareto's law, the Ridge-Get-Richer phenomena, the Matthews effect. These are all the same, referring to the same mechanism. What Barabási and Albert did, they actually built in this mechanism into a network model and explained the emergence of degree heterogeneities. So their model, this is where I would like to remark that Barabási Albert and Albert Rake are not the same person. It is just an unlucky coincidence that they share the same family name. Barabási Albert László Barabási is was the professor, and Reiko Albert, who had the same family name, was the PhD student at the time. And this is how it became the Borobash-Albert model. Okay, the model is very simple. You start an M0 number of connected nodes. Here, let's say 2. We are connected to each other. And at each time step, you add a new node to the already existing network, who will connect with M links to the already existing nodes. Of course, this M has to be smaller or equal than the original number of links, otherwise you will have some links hanging. But when a new node arrives and connecting with M nodes to the already existing network, it has to choose to which node it will connect. And this choice is not going to be random, but it is going to be with a probability. It will choose a node to connect to with a probability, which is proportional to the actual degree of the given node. Okay, so this PKI, the probability that I'm choosing node I to connect, is actually going to depend on the degree, actual degree of node I. So it is defined by the actual degree divided by the total degree of the whole network, which means that if a node has a larger degree at the given moment, it will have also a larger probability that a new arriving node is going to connect to. Okay? Very well, very simple model, 3 steps. And if we repeat this process and add a large number of nodes to the network, and we measure how the degree distribution is evolving or depending on different parameters, what we find that this emerging degree distribution of the network is going to be a power law, and the exponent of the power law is going to be 3. Why is it fantastic? It is fantastic because, first of all, with these 2 assumptions, dynamical evolution and preferential attachment, we could reproduce a network structure which exponent is very, very close to what we observed in reality. And we also see that actually this structure is very robust against the parameters, for example, against M and M0, actually independent of them, they always emerge with a structure with degree exponent equal to 3. Okay, very cool. So it means that with this network, we can easily model this scale freeness or large degree fluctuations or degree heterogeneities of real networks. So means that potentially, although we have very, very different systems from biology, technological systems, social science, economy, whatever, where we observe scale-free degree distributions, preferential attachment or similar mechanisms can play a role in the background for the emergence of this type of behavior. Okay, that's why it is very important. So, next question is that, all right, I have this evolving network model, but is it possible that I am a node which is coming later in time and I still win the game? In the end of the process, I will have the largest degree in the network or not? Actually, which has been shown is that once a node arrives to the network, its degree is going to increase as a power law with the same exponent, 1/2. So it is t to the power of 1/2, which means that there is a rich get richer mechanism. So earlier you are there, larger the degree you will have in the end, because you have this cumulative advantage that you have been richer at the richest at a given point, so you will be the one selected with the largest probability to be connected, so you will get even richer. So that it's not possible to win the game by arriving in the middle of it. Earlier node was added, larger its degree due to its earlier arrival, and not because it is growing faster. All right, so we now know that the degree distribution of the BA model is a power.
I think gymnastics is the only sport that is worth watching in the Summer Olympics, honestly.
I just don't like the floor exercise.
Oh, floor.
I like the other ones.
Sorry, was it a remark?
Sorry, someone turned the mic on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So probably it was just accident microphone on. Is there any question about the BA model and its degree distribution?
questions at the moment.
Good. Okay. So what about its path lengths? I already mentioned actually this, so it is just a repetition that the path lengths of the BA model is going to depend, or a path length of a scale-free network is going to depend on the degree exponent. If the degree exponent is larger than 3, as we already discussed, it is somewhat similar to a random network. So it is going to be a small word network where the path length is logarithmically depending on the network size. On the other hand, if the exponent is 3 or between 2 and 3, we will have what's called an ultra small word network, where it is going to depend double logarithmically on the system size. And if the exponent is smaller than 2, equal to or smaller than 2, which means this anomalous regime, we actually have a constant path length, because the network is so broadly connected that every node is in the same distance from each other. If I compare how with the system size the average path length is scaling in case of a random network, which is the squares, and BA networks, which are the circles, you see that the path length at a given size is always smaller in case of the BA network than the random network. So it is even a smaller network, smaller word, it's an ultra small word network as compared to the random graph. If I think about the clustering coefficient, here is the bad news. The clustering coefficient is about 5 times larger than in case of the random graph, yet it is depending on the system size. It is vanishing with the system size. There are some alternative definition of the BA model which can cure this shortcoming, but the original model will have this problem. So just for summarizing, the BA scale-free network model will finally recover our broad degree distributions, what we observed in real graphs. We have an ultra small word property, so it will have very short path lengths, and it will have n-dependent clustering coefficient, which can be cured with some alternative definition. As very briefly, as a very general last network model I would like to mention is called the configuration model, which is actually answering the challenge to give us a random graph where we choose the degree distribution of the given network, while the structure otherwise become maximally random. So we already use this kind of model in the definition of modularity, and the definition of the configuration network model is very simple. What we do is that we take, for example, a real network, like the Karate Club network or whatever network you want. And what we would like is to generate a null model, a random network, where we will have the same number of nodes, we will have the same number of links, and we will have the same degrees of each node. So we don't touch the degree. If I have 5 friends in the empirical graph, I will have 5 friends in the random graph. And this is true for every node, but the network is fully randomized. Otherwise, it has no community structure, it has no degree correlations, and so on. So how we can do, there are different ways. One is called the Moller-Reed model, where what you do is that you have a degree sequence, so the degree distribution or the exact degree sequence of the empirical graph. You have a certain number of nodes. You actually assign to each node its degree, and you have these what's called stubs, which means that you are not deciding who is going to be the neighbor of a given node, but you have these open links. And once you have all the nodes with the degree number of stubs for each of them, there you are just connecting randomly these open stubs to each other. It has to fulfill certain conditions, but in the end, and you can also avoid multi-links, so connecting the same node twice, or you can avoid self-links, so connecting nodes to themselves. if you just connect them randomly, both of these effects will appear, but the good news that if you increase this network size very large, the probability that self-links and multi-links appear is going to zero. This is one way. If you have an empirical network, you can follow the same recipe. You actually take every node, you cut their links, so you will have nodes with degree number of stops, and you connect them. On the other hand, there is another recipe what you can use where you start with an any network structure, and instead of cutting and rewiring, what you do is that you select two links randomly, two links which do not share nodes, common nodes, and you just swap them. So if node A and B were connected before and C and D, in the next, after swapping, it will be A and D and C and B. And doing this, actually, you're not changing the number of connections of any node, but if you do it large number of times, I used to do it 5 times the number of links, you will actually randomize the network structure as such that it will approximate well fully mixed configuration network model, which will have the same degree sequence as the original empirical. All right, so this is what I wanted to say about network models. This is the end of part 2. So we can have questions, if I can try to answer questions if you have, and then we can have a 3 minutes, 5 minutes break and go on to part 3, which is about epidemic modeling on networks. So do you have any question?
There are no questions right now.
No questions. All right. Then I suggest that we meet at 50, and then we continue at 50, 51, something like this. Okay? Yeah, so have a nice break.
Thank you so much for calling.
again. So let's start the last part of our network science, network analysis lecture. I'm going to share my screen. Which is going to be about an application, very actual application of network science, namely about how we can use networks for the modeling of spreading processes. What I'm going to talk about is a few words about real-world spreading processes. Then I will introduce a very simple network, very simple epidemic model, what we have heard several times or some similar models over the last 1.5 years. Then I will talk about how epidemics spreading on different types of networks. And if we have some time, in the end, some basic ideas how immunization strategies can be devised on network structures. So if you are interested in the fundamentals of this field, as I told in the beginning, I suggest you to look at the book Dynamical Processes on Complex Networks, or a more recent review on epidemic processes in complex networks. Just to start, set up the scheme, I would like to talk a few words about spreading processes in general. So the very first documented spreading process in Europe was the Great Plague in the 14th century, which needed several years actually to spread from the southern part of Europe to northern part of Europe. And if it would be in a classroom, I would ask you why. Do you have any guess why it was spreading so slowly? And you would answer that it was spreading with the speed as a horse could ride. And actually, this is true because as all other diseases or diseases which are spreading between people, you need physical proximity in order to transmit the disease, which is actually highly controlled by the mobility of people, right? And the mixing of people. So the disease cannot travel faster than actually people do. And that was one reason why the Great Plague was spreading so slowly in the 14th century. On the other hand, we had several other types of epidemic outbreaks over the last few hundred years. It's worth to mention, unfortunately, the HIV outbreak in 2008, or even earlier, the SARS in 2008, the H1N1 2011, or even mentioning more recent ones, the Ebola outbreak in 2014, which was actually coming from Nigeria and was reaching out several countries all around the world. Actually was brought around by long distance travelers and also mostly doctors and nurses participating in the local efforts and put by international organizations at the given locations in Nigeria and in Guinea and Sierra Leone. And of course, I have to mention our actual real animal is the SARS-CoV-2 epidemic, now it's called pandemic, which is spreading over the world since about 1.5 years, actually reached almost 200 million people and caused over 400 million deaths, which is the largest pandemic we have observed over the last couple of hundreds of years. Actually, since the last 100 years, since the Spanish flu, which was spreading after the First World War. On the other hand, spreading processes are not exclusively biological epidemic processes, but we can also identify, for example, malware spreading or mobile or computer virus spreading as spreading processes, which is actually amplified by the broader and broader adoption of different technologies, including, for example, mobile phones or mobile devices. But we can also think like spreading, for example, social contagion processes like information spreading, behavior spreading, rumor spreading, adoption of different products, for example, or the emergence of protests all around the world, for example, during the Arabian Spring back then. The question is, first of all, especially focusing on biological spreading, but partially true for social spreading as well, why spreading processes are so large scale and rapid nowadays, and why is it they are so important, and why networks are important for the interpretation. First of all, especially for biological processes, epidemic processes, population acts like a fuel, because larger the population, larger the number of connections of people, better or faster an epidemic can spread. And also due to the development of international travels and local transportation, people from far apart populations can mix very easily. And then, you can travel around the world in a couple of hours, potentially bringing a germ from one side to another, inducing a new spreading outbreak in a very, very far apart side of the globe. So mobility and high population density are the two main reasons why we have to face global pandemics. Why networks are important to interpret or to help us understanding epidemic diseases? First of all, because, as I already mentioned, in order to pass a disease between two individuals, you need a proxy interaction. They have to be whether in the same space, or they have to interact with each other, they have to be in proximity to each other. Whether they have to have physical connections, or it's enough if it's an airborne disease, if they are just close to each other, they cough on each other. But in any case, social interactions and population mixing and proximity interactions can be well interpreted as networks. And this is in one level where in the network representation provides a good, an underlying system for the modeling of epidemics. This is one. The other is another level of aggregation, so to speak, which is describing the mobility of people. Even in local mobility, by, for example, to model commuting behavior locally, or international travels globally, can be interpreted as networks where people are actually traveling between cities or between different settlements locally and globally, that you can interpret as nodes and interactions between them. So this is another way where actually the network representation kicks in, or can be useful for the epidemic modeling, as we will see later. And why is it so important? First of all, because we would like to make precise epidemic models to predict behavior, the future outcome of a spreading disease. Well, this type of predictions are very, very difficult. Typically, nowadays we can make reliable predictions about an epidemic outcome for maximum 2 weeks in advance. If anyone says longer predictions, don't believe them. Also, they are good. Models can be used to test different types of scenarios and intervention strategies. So, for example, you can, if you have a model, you can test what happens if you reduce contacts, what happens if you follow this vaccination or that vaccination strategies, what happens if you shut down international travels, as we have already experienced over the last 1.5 years, all the range of this kind of interventions. And also, of course, there is the more difficult part that make like real-time predictions based on several assumptions, what you learn from earlier observations, and on an on-site calibration of the model from parameters that you're actually getting from the data you obtain from medical statistics, from population statistics, and from traveling statistics, and so on and so forth. So if I would like to summarize what kind of models has been built to operatively address modeling epidemics, they range over this scale. And the simplest models and the earliest models were coming from the realm of homogeneous mixing models, where the assumption is that you have a population, and this population, everyone meets with each other with the same probability, people mix in a homogeneous fashion, and the epidemic can actually spread within the population within a single population. We will talk about a few words about this. Then the other end of the spectrum are agent-based models, where you actually add what we already called social mechanism or behavioral mechanism to each agent, and these agents are actually precisely and deterministically, almost deterministically move within a model. The city, let's say, you tell them when they go to work, when they go to home, in what route potentially they go home to work, with whom they mix, do they go to the supermarket, and so on and so forth. So you have these micro agent-based models, and then you have, of course, at the same time, millions of parameters, because each agent has to be parameterized in a way. And then you can simulate your epidemic process on this very realistic world, synthetic world. The difficulty over here is the large number of parameters, what you cannot realistically parameterize in a good way. So the outcomes are only exploratory. On the other hand, in case of homogeneous mixing, where you have no individual rules, actually your description is very simple, but it's mathematically treatable. And there are other approaches. We will talk about this during the next 10-15 minutes, which can be used and which involve somehow a network structure in the description. So to start, I would like to explain very briefly the simplest way of a simplest model assumption about spreading processes. So assume that you have a population, you have n individual in this population, and these individuals can be partitioned in different states. They can be in one state at a time. They can be susceptible when they are not sick, but they are potentially can get the disease. Then they can be infected when they are sick, and at this stage, actually, they can infect other susceptible agents, or they are recovered, which means that whether they recovered from the disease and they cannot get it again, or they recovered that they can get it again, or they are dead. This is a conservative system, so since each individual can be exclusively only in one state, the sum of the susceptible, infected, and recovered individuals always at each time have to sum up to the system size, to the size of the population. And of course, you can define different transitions between these different states. From a susceptible, you can get infected. If you meet with an infected others, you can recover, or you can be removed so that you're immunized. Or if you are immunized, after a while, your immunization can go away and you can become susceptible again, and so on and so forth. One of the simplest models, which actually shows already a very rich behavior, is called the SIR model, where we consider these three states. Nodes can be as susceptible, infected, or recovered, and there is only one way of transition. From susceptible with rate beta, you can become infected. From an infected with rate mu, you can become recovered. So only this very simple model is already showing those curves that we see every day. So you can identify that in the early stage it is increasing exponentially. This is something that you hear on the news nowadays. For example, in the case of the Delta virus, that it's in its exponential phase. And you can also see that its long-range behavior is decreasing way slower. You can see how the the fraction of people in different compounds is changing as a function of time. So even this very simple model can recover several realistic features, what you can observe in case of a real pandemic. And in these two parameters, beta and mu, the infection rate and the recovery rate, are enough to describe what's called the basic reproduction number, again, something what we hear almost every day in the news, which is telling us the average number of new infections an infected node produces in a unit time. So what we hear in the news, and this is the case, if R0 is smaller than 1, so it means that the recovery rate is larger than the infection rate, means that the epidemic is actually shrinking and is not going to spread to a larger population, or not going to break out to a larger population. If it's larger than 1, which means that the infection rate is larger than the recovery rate, it is actually in the increasing phase, and it is reaching a larger and larger population. If I would like to summarize this model, in a diagram, this is the simplest way I could write, the 3 states and the 2 transitions. Of course, the COVID-19 transmission scheme is a little more complicated. You have several other states. You have latent infected states, asymptotic, symptomatic infected states, and then the outcome can be also different. You can go to hospital, you can go to intensive care, you can die, or you can recover. So this original simple model, I just wanted to show the contrast between reality and the simple model that I introduced here. So far, we assumed that in our population and individuals are actually homogeneously mixing, which means that everyone can meet with everyone with the same probability. It's like everyone go to the market in the morning, shake hands with everyone, and then they go home, potentially get infected. Next day, they go to the market again, they meet with everyone, they go home, and so on. On the other hand, this is not very realistic because we know that people, for example, from different age, may not meet with each other with the same probability. So, like me, probably will meet with people with similar to my age, like for example with my wife, and people who are 25 years younger than me, which is the generation of my kids, and maybe people who are 25 older than me, which is the generation of my parents. So it means that the mixing is actually not homogeneous. It's not completely random, but for example, stratified by age should have some patterns which determine the probability that the different age groups are meeting or mixing with each other. And this can be actually considered in these models relatively effectively, let's say it like this. So you can have a structured population relying on data coming, for example, from census. You can have like age distributions. You can also have, you can compute a stratified contact patterns between different age groups. You can come up with an age matrix, which is telling you what is the average number of connections between a 40 years old and the 60 years old person on a given day. You can have it for different situations, home, school, workplace, and so on. And this age contact matrix can be actually integrated in the description of your epidemic model by scaling the infection probability by the age of the participants, okay, or the people who we model. During the given pandemic, we made, I think, one of the largest age contact matrix estimation study in Hungary with my colleagues, where we collected the age contact matrix over 240,000 people from over 480,000 questionnaires online. If you're interested in this type of research, you can find some results in these 2 papers. So this is one way how we can break the homogeneous mixing assumption and make our model more realistic, yet computationally not too expensive and mathematically treatable. The next step, if we would consider the real social network, so we would know the whole population and we would know who is interacting with who, okay? So in this case, nodes are individuals, links are social ties, physical interactions or proxy interactions. And it has been shown very early in the beginning of 2000s that after it has been observed that these social structures are typically scale-free. Of course, the question was how the scale-free structure and the small world property is influencing the outcome of an epidemic spreading on the social structure in a population. And the result was that because there are these hubs, the large degree nodes very well connected in the network, actually they are helping the epidemic to spread faster. More importantly, as the degree exponent is getting smaller and smaller, so your network is more and more heterogeneous, the critical point which divides the epidemics to spread only locally or spread globally is going to 0, which means that for the typical degree exponent that we observe for social networks, unfortunately, the epidemic is always going to spread. There is no parametrization of the process, the epidemics remain local. Of course, in a theoretical fashion, in reality, there are several intervention methods that you can use to control the epidemic. The disadvantage of this approach is that, well, we don't know the social network. We will never have the technology to observe everyone, or hopefully we will not have the technology to observe everyone. We will never know every social interactions. We will never know every proxy interactions due to privacy reasons, due to the limitations of the collection methods, and also because everything is changing as a function of space and as a function of time. So one can make theoretical conclusions using partially observed social networks and show how the different network properties affect the outcome of the epidemic, but this approach cannot be used for a real operational epidemic modeling. On the other hand, as I said, network may come in another fashion as well to describe mobility, and that is very useful for modeling. The model family, what is exploiting this information, is called metapopulation models of epidemic spreading. And here the assumption is that nodes are not individuals anymore, but nodes are populations, like cities or settlements, with a certain population size, population density, and so on. And the links between, in these networks, are actually links which are connecting populations, and they represent potential travels or routes of travels between different populations. This can come from census, for example, measuring commuting patterns, can come from the IATA, the International Airline Traveling Dataset, can approximate it from mobile phone location data, and so on and so forth. So our network model is the following. We have populations. Within the populations, inside the populations, we assume that agents are mixing homogeneously. And this is what we call the reaction phase. So people mix homogeneously inside populations. Within one iteration step, infected agents can infect susceptible agents, depending on the parameters, whether there will be a local outbreak or not. And then, in the second part of the iteration step, we select certain agents randomly from the given population to travel. And these agents are traveling to neighboring populations. These agents are potentially sick, so maybe they will bring around the infection to a so far susceptible population and start an epidemic locally over there. And if you simulate this process long enough, actually you can have the infection reaching every population in the network or not, depending on the parameterization, on the network structure, population dynamics, and so on and so forth. So based on this, why this concept is very powerful? First of all, because the data layer here, the commuting data set, which is describing the mobility of people, can be very well recorded from data, while the local homogeneous mixing, which is an assumption, very strong assumption, can be mathematically and even computationally modeled easily, yet in addition can be even enriched, for example, with stratified contact matrices like H contact matrices. So one can use H contact matrices to model epidemic locally in subpopulations and use the transportation or mobility network to describe how the infection is spreading between populations. So if you would like to do this, we need data. And I'm just showing you one case study, which was the H1N1 modeling back in 2009. So in this modeling framework, there are 3 different data layers used. One is a population layer, which is coming from the census. It is actually, I'm showing here for the United States, but it is done for 29 different countries. Now it's even more for the whole world, I guess. So they are actually grouping populations around airports in the given country, in the United States. They are aggregating populations around airports. And then they approximate the commuting network coming from, whether from some mobility law, like the gravity law or the radiation law, or nowadays data is available to approximate this directly, for example, from mobile phone mobility data or GPS devices and so on. And the third layer is describing global mobility patterns coming from an air travel network dataset, for example, provided by the IATA, which can describe long distance travel in the network. So if one is doing this, for example, in case of H1N1, the epidemic, we start the model from Mexico and consider these 3 data layers and put matching a compartment model on the top. We can actually simulate how this model is evolving all around the world, how it is infecting different countries, and then later on how it is dying out. I have to say that this simulation is done by the group of Alessandro Vespinani from the Northeastern University, and the framework is called GLEAM. You can actually go online on the gleamthis.org website, download and simulate by yourself your, so to speak, own epidemic and how it would spread with your parameters all around the world. So in case of H1N1, Vespinani and others were actually providing predictions on the country level and also later on city level about the epidemic peak, when the epidemic would arrive to a given city and what fraction of people would actually be infected. And as you see on the left-hand side, they made quite a good job in predicting. So the gray is the prediction and the orange-red is actually the real surveillance. And you see that they did quite a good prediction on estimating the time and the peak of the epidemics. On the other hand, for some countries, they missed. I know, particularly in case of France, they missed it with a couple of weeks because they didn't consider that in the French education system, there is a school break in every 6 weeks. And of course, school breaks influence enormously the outcome of an epidemic around the world, as we have seen. The reason behind why we are closing down schools during pandemics. Also, you have to realize that the most expensive intervention is closing schools, not because the kids are at home, but also because the parents have to be at home, which can actually break the economy of the country. Finally, in a few words, just a few idea how we can use network information for immunization strategies in networks. The problem is the following: you have a population, a society, and you would like to introduce some measures in order to suppress the spreading epidemic or delay it. So we already know a bunch of this type of non-pharmaceutical interventions because this is our everyday. We can reduce the transmission of the disease by wearing face masks, gloves, or washing our hands. We can have contact reducing interventions like quarantines, lockdowns, curfews, closing schools, travel reductions or reduced mobility. Or the phase where we are now, we can also have, in case of the COVID-19 pandemic, we can have vaccination, which will remove nodes from the network from the point of the pandemic. The question is, we are going to focus on the last one, who to vaccinate in a network in order to have the best strategy to reduce the epidemic size. So of course, the first idea would be to vaccinate people selected randomly from the network. So the problem is, we immunize a G fraction of nodes randomly. What fraction of nodes we need to immunize in order to break the epidemics? So unfortunately, this strategy is not working very well because we can show very easily that actually the critical immunized population size is scaling with 1 minus the immunized population is actually inversely proportional to the second moment of the degree distribution, which means that in scale-free networks where the second moment goes to infinity, because we have very high degree fluctuations, actually we need to immunize everyone in order to break the epidemics. So the critical fraction of nodes necessary to immunize is actually the whole population. The second idea, after this lecture, I assume, I hope this is your second idea, is to immunize the highest degree nodes, right? This is fantastic. Actually, if we do that, we can actually show that we need to immunize only an exponentially small fraction of the nodes of the population in order to suppress the epidemic, that it doesn't cause a global breakout, but it is dying out. So this is would be a very good solution. Here you see what is in case of a random strategy, what would be the fraction of infected people. And this is in case you are immunizing a given fraction of nodes. And this is the targeted when you are actually immunizing the highest degree nodes, and you see the large difference. You see that in case of a random vaccination strategy, in order to suppress 90% the epidemics, you have to actually immunize 60% of the people. In case of a targeted strategy, you need to immunize about 5% of the people for the same. On the other hand, the main problem, what was already a problem earlier, is that we don't know who is the highest degree node in the network, because we don't have a global information about the whole social structure due to privacy reasons, due to data collection, methodology limitations, and so on and so forth. So the question is that how can we make still a good job, do still a good job without knowing the global network structure? And that was a very nice idea published by Shlomo Havlin and others in 2003, what they call the acquaintance-based strategy, where they are actually exploiting the degree heterogeneity of the network and what's called the friendship paradox. The friendship paradox says that on average, the number of friends of your friends is larger than your number of friends. So it means on average, the degree of your friends is larger than your own degree. So it means that it has a literature which is actually explaining why this is like this, but it can be used, this paradox can be used for an immunization strategy by not selecting or targeting the largest degree nodes, but selecting a fraction of random fraction of people, randomly given fraction of people, and then observe these people who they interact with for a couple of days, and then select one random neighbor who they interacted with. Because of the friendship paradox, due to this two-step sampling, we are going to end up to a higher degree node in the network than the original randomly selected node we choose for observation. So with this sampling, we will actually hit more likely high degree nodes in the network who we can actually immunize. So if we do these two steps of immunization, so first we select a node randomly, we observe this node and select a random neighbor of this node, we will have actually an immunization strategy which is not as good as the degree targeted, the highest degree targeted strategy. It is somewhat less effective, but it is way more effective than random immunization strategy. So it is conservatively outperforms the random strategy, and at the same time, it does not require any global knowledge about the network. You just need to identify a neighbor of the node actually you have selected randomly for observation. All right, so this is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention, to stay with me for this over 4 hours. I hope you learned something about network science, network analysis, modeling, and modeling of epidemics. Since it is an online setting, I'm not sure we can actually engage in a long-lasting discussion, but I would like to encourage you to send me a mail if you have any question. At the same time, I'm going to share the slides. It will be on the website. And also, I believe that the presentation is going to stay online for a while if someone would like to watch it again. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martin. There's a lot of thanks in the chat. There are some questions as well on vaccinations and the idea of using networks to support with the vaccination strategies. I think you have already answered them quite sufficiently in the last part of the section of the lecture. And yeah, thank you very much. There's lots of thank you and appreciations in the chat.
Thank you very much, and also for the invitation. It was a pleasure to participate, also to strengthen the civic network, let's say it like this, between Hertie School and CEU.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.